And you can, if you haven't started recording, you can. Could you make sure that all phones and laptops are on mute, please, or whatever way you switch them off and make them quiet? And for those who are looking virtually, can you make sure your microphones are muted, please? And my apologies there. And we will, so welcome to this board meeting in public. And just to remind you that I'll be doing the blog at the end of it, as I usually do. And that for those of you who are in attendance, we are a meeting held in public meeting. So I'm not speaking rights for people who are simply observing. And there is a public question agenda item at the end of the public meeting. We've got 3:30. Get there. And if there are public questions, we need them ASAP filled, and they will be directed to the morning's board member. That's that point. You can, of course, always ask questions remotely later on, and we will answer those if those attendees have questions that they want. I have apologies from Sarah Fulton-Tyndall, who is on leave, and we are for it. Could I ask you to move to the paper on declarations of interest which are circulated? Any comment, please, on that paper? Rachel, I know.
Yeah, one to remove and a couple to put out, so I'll send them to you.
And I want to come up with charges to Bill. So are there any other comments? Yes, Maria.
There was just a couple of mine that were slightly wrong in that some roles were paid, some weren't, vice versa. A couple of other things I just wanted to mention. So within a few of those roles, there's some work that I just wanted to vary. So where you refer to the PSII, I actually sit on the IIRG, which is the Independent Investigation of Regional Midlands, which is about deaths. And so I just wanted to declare that it's not the geographical region, but I just wanted to mention.
If you want to pop a note, Bill, on an email or something, Maria, just to clarify what your declaration actually is, then that's fine. With that, can we agree to receive that report? Thank you. And we will move to Board Assurance Committee reports. So if we start with Richard on the Policy Committee, please.
Chair, we missed the minute.
Oh,
Minutes.
oh, thank you. Please don't apologise.
That's all right. Been a long morning already, hasn't it?
Absolutely. Backtrack slightly. So the minutes of the meeting of the 27th of March, could I agree, or could I ask you to agree that they are an accurate record, a correct record? But anyone wish to say different? If not, can we agree those minutes? Thank you. And the matters arising from those minutes and the action log. Could I ask if anyone has any matters arising on the minutes that are not on the action log or not on today's agenda before? Are you okay? Then we will move to the action log. And if we will get through the minutes fast enough. Bill, was there anything you wanted to say on the action log? I couldn't see anything myself that needed discussing. Is there anything you wanted to report?
Hopefully, it's very clear in terms of the ones that proposals into play was supposed to actually taken place. And also hope that the ones that remain open are clear in terms of the current positions, the future plan for papers, and the difficult backwards.
So if I could just raise under 240921, which is the one about out of area placement funding. So I just want to be clear where we are and be evident why I'm reporting. So we clearly reached an agreement with South Yorkshire. There is a little bit more work to do to document that, but is, as an I confident in the position. Richard's paper later refers to the implementation of that. We won't achieve the desired agreement with Humber and North Yorkshire for this year for a whole manner of reasons that are perhaps not best exposed in public, including the state of ICBs. Consequently, we will end up with what I'll describe as an unfairness. We just will. I will, with clinical colleagues, write down how we're going to operationalise that in practice. And as the note records, we will do a QSIA and EIA But the reality is we won't be able to mitigate the unfairness. We will, I strongly suspect, by about Christmas, be able to reach an agreement for next year. So I'm not describing a perpetuated unfairness, but it's important given that when we agreed to take on the risk of out of area placements in August and September of last year, the board agreed we should seek to do it with both parties. I've just got to be straight. I don't think we're going to be in a position to do that, despite, in particular, ISAS's very considerable efforts.
Thank you for that update.
So I'd suggest we keep it on the action log and we track on that basis.
We agree with that? Thank you. Any further points on the action log? No, can we agree to receive that? Well, thanks, Bill. I will now move to the workshops. Could we make sure that we take these reports and to thank the chairs as read? And we'll start with Richard.
Exactly. Taking as read, I will. Paper. The big discussion really was essentially how we're going to be working differently, and come on to Q&S plan later. Essentially, it boils down to 4 parts, and whereas previously we've had a structure that is very formulaic. This comes in July, that comes in September, and so on. We felt a degree of discomfort is probably too strong a word, but anxiety about how this is such a big change and where are we going to get our assurance from. And we've acknowledged, I think, ourselves that we're going to be watching it, but that assurance comes from the subs of CLE and the subs of the subs, and we've got to accept that if it's given, we don't have to see every dotted I and crossed T. What we want to do is spend more time on the deeper dives, and I think there's an element of being superficial of ticking lots of boxes and feeling good about yourself, but actually, are we missing some of the deeper stuff? So we've undertaken to evaluate in 6 to 12 months, but it's an ongoing process in that respect. Essentially, it's 4 domains of safety, experience, quality, and the piece to formulate the agenda, and everything feeds that way. It should be more of a where are we now rather than where were we 3 months ago, which is quite exciting. And everything is based around CQC readiness being business as usual. It's not they turn up unexpectedly, are we ready? So definite change, excited change, a little bit of anxiety. In the matters of concern to escalate, just to finish on a slight down note, we did raise a concern formally here, Kat, that we've had a failure to see medicines management reports on 2 occasions. And again, it's not just a QC thing, that's at quality and safety as well. So we'd like to flag that the workload pressures are acknowledged, but they can't continue. We've asked for an interim update just to make sure there's no big things we're missing until we see it. Thank you.
And just to confirm with the medicines management reports, 2 things. 1, they should have been going through the management anyway, not arriving in a board committee. So that will be dealt with. Second is slightly contradicting the first. They will be available on the 13th of June. But I know Dermot's had to think about whether there's anything for today that needs to be drawn to people's attention on if you like, the content rather than the process.
So having attended the most recent medicines optimization group team on the kind of the major kind of medicines kind of risk area that we have remains depot long-acting injection. Otherwise, it was isolated, but the one consistent pattern remains long-acting injections, and there is various action plans in progress to try and reduce that, but that's the theme that's coming out. But there'll be more detailed report available, as Jamie says, in early June.
Thank you. Thank you, Dale. Thank you, Richard. Any further points on that one? You're not one of the scrappy in the audience.
And they can give you point. Sorry, just to,
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I noticed Laura's observing today. If you were running a care group, you receive no meaningful information about medicines at all. Which to be really exciting, which is raising a really important point. So the transition path that we're on, and we've been working hard on this, is to get to a point where the data that is not only not visible to you, but isn't visible in the organisation, moves beyond the computer system of the chief pharmacist and the pharmacy department. So, I wouldn't want the board to be particularly concerned that you haven't had the paper, but this is and Steve raised this some time ago, this is an issue in the organisation that we need to resolve. So it should feature perhaps in that form in the action log. That's it.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Kathy in the audit.
So this is a report for the 2nd of April. Step into this quarter of activity, which isn't reported here in that sense. So there were no matters of concern or previous expressed, but having said that was some people's discussion, just to let you know, in terms of annual processes, the organising corruption, those statements have been prepared for the terms and those now going through the agreements. Yeah, we've been doing that for the end of May. So there's nothing key to draw to those attention. Internal audit progress has been good, and there's been some strong things come out, significant assurances and such like. And we're heading for a moderate assurance process for the audit, which is an improvement with previous years, especially the very big shout out message and engaging with internal audit people. We were looking at the getting ready in the process for annual report accounts, and was there any jump out items? Jump out item alerted board members to before the accounting treatments from the office, and internally we know is that is all come out and to be very underwhelming in the end.
You don't need to restate our
No,
so that's helpful.
yeah,
That's helpful.
Yeah, we need to treat those at the daily aspect. So that was interesting, and it's passed us by. So that's good. That is a good thing. And audit planning was well in hand. The new team, external auditors, and things are looking no change in the risks in terms of what auditors are looking at on the accounts. And there was positive progress. We're celebrating as well in terms of the risk management. Improvement journey, I suppose, that we've been on again since last year's round of annual reporting, and good follow-up action points and good controls and oversight into risk management. And just to link on the final bit about actions agreed, there are some conversations we had about clinical audit oversight, and I think the conversations we're having might, or are going to continue, might come back with slightly different proposal about clinical governance oversight. That's just specifically a clinical audit, which is otherwise an item that's running through quality committee and community audit committee. So a little bit scope and breadth of that, because it is about assurance. We don't want to run the same piece, but that's work in progress. So no changes at the moment. Still have a look at it in terms of assurance. And that's about it.
Did you want to?
Yes, a few updates, I suppose, since the report was produced. And so the counter fraud, bribery and corruption return has now come back with there's no road green spot. So I think that's going to be finest way to you, Kathy, for approval and submission the next day or two. In terms of the St John's Hospice, yeah, I can confirm that we've now agreed upon the treatment for that. So a nominal £10 value in the account, so there's a prior year adjustment. And I suppose just to flag that we've submitted the flourish and the charitable funds audits of flourish have been completed. The charitable funds on its way to be completed next week. So, and the overall, I suppose, approach and process this time around the accounts has been really positive from Deloitte. So I think we've been working really well with them, and we're on track to close down the significant risk areas by the end of this week. So that gives us the first couple of weeks of June just to work through the minor risk areas. So we're on track for submission at the end of June.
Thank you. Was that a big improvement? A couple of years ago, isn't it? Very good. Thank you. Smashing. Any further questions on points on the audit committee?
It's I think trying to find a different phrase than lock-in. I'm continue to be frustrated by progress for clinical audit. It's not a reaction to you. We will pull a few people into a room over the next 2 or 3 weeks and see where we're headed with clinical audit, because some really good work was done 12 months ago to develop a clinical audit program. But as we dial back the internal audit resources, the idea was that we would put more emphasis on the clinical audit program. So we need to make sure that's in the right place.
If there's no more, we'll, Richard, you're dealing with mental health.
Yeah, and I completely forgot that Sarah wasn't here, so this is very much off the hook, but attention. Yes, no pressures. And again, taking the paper as read, it's a very transactional report, and you'll see in the key points of discussion that there were 2 of these or there were 1 of those and so on. And what I first would like to highlight for the minutes is how impressed I was with the way Sarah chaired it. It was so slick, and I learned an awful lot in terms of chairing for myself. So commend her for that. The one area to escalate is this sort of seclusion use and the failure to hit the number of hours. But I think Dermot, you're probably able to reassure an update from there.
Yeah, so basically what this is around is the independent medical review. So I think as we kind of go through the IQPR later on, we'll see that the seclusion kind of target looks reassuring. It's 100% of the consultant review within 5 hours. That's one kind of review, kind of a suite of reviews that are required for patients that are in seclusion. One of those types of review that's required for patients to complete is for more than 8 hours or 12 hours intermittently. It's an independent review, and the compliance rate for that was 10 to 20%. So obviously, significantly below where we want that. So there is various work streams in progress so that's been brought to medical workforce's attention already. We're looking at potential rise in policy, and so that's on the agenda for the senior doctors meeting beginning of June, to hopefully kind of talk through kind of the necessary changes to improve that.
Thank you, Bill.
So it needs to be clear, senior doctor is not a decision-making body.
Yeah.
So CLE in June needs to see the outcome of that work. And in fairness to Sarah, who I think had hoped we would have a concluded position by today, I think the concluded position will be by the end of June.
Yeah.
I think it's also important to stress that there's one parameter that we're doing better on. Great tick, move on, but actually underneath it is something that we don't always measure, which is highlighted again. It's the openness of the organisation that we pick you see. Really thanking Dermot for his vigilance.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. People who do Rachel, please.
Thank you very much. So we have an update from our meeting on 16th of April. Quite a short report, but that does not reflect the discussions we had at the meeting, which were very long and really detailed. In terms of the matters of concern, we have got on the agenda later the Freedom to Speak Up report, so I think we can have some real in-depth discussions there. Obviously, our concern is around how colleagues feel that the organisation takes their concerns seriously, the responses in the staff survey, and developing that trust. We had a long discussion about how we can generate that trust in when people have got concerns and the action that's taken. The key points are there for people to see, and staff survey results, which had a 56% response rate. We're looking for the next steps, really. This was very much a meeting on, we've had the staff survey, we now need the directorates to do their in-depth work, and we look forward to, as a group, how we can continue to have the reassurance from that. And also to really understand what we mean by that other discrimination and get it to grips with it, so we can all collectively start to address that. And to finish on a really positive note, to note the positive progress made on consultant vacancies after a significant period in red.
Thank you. Really positive note, thank you. Anyone wish to comment? If not, can we receive Rachel's report on? Thank you. Thanks, Rachel. Dave, PP workers, public health patient enrolment plans.
You're out of breath on that one. Three quickies then. Well, one positive on the trajectory on volunteers. So what was good in the conversation was we could see the work to get to the 350, but it wasn't about just getting the 350. It was about, are we making the right impact for patients and for that volunteer body, and to do an evaluation in Q4. So that felt a rounded discussion. I think should reassure the board that we're not just chasing the number on that one. I think the second one was a bit more challenging around health inequalities data. So we will get a draft in July, 18 months after we started talking about this. So, you know, it's not just a Richard and an IT thing. We had a good round of discussion about how do we get this accelerated. Now, I know that it comes up in Toby's report, and it then comes up in strategic risk, so I'll probably pause at that point, but I think we should come back to that as a matter for the board's concern, that we're not where you need to be.
Robert, Joe?
Yeah, Richard and his team and my team have been working on that, and this week we've had a demo of the report that shows the data that we've got for each of the health inequality promises and the strategic objective too. So I think we're there. Yeah.
Well, I would question we are. Let's not think that getting data is the answer. We need insight, and we need it in the bloodstream of the organisation to take decisions. So it's great thing, it's progress.
We were flagging that we didn't have the data, so we will have the data moving forward. And obviously we've got the concept well. So yeah, not where we need it to be, but we've made a big leap forward in the last week.
Good.
So if we have the Mental Health Act data as well, we've got all three, and I think we have got the Mental Health Act inequalities data.
I believe so.
There we go. So let's hope we can deal with it next time.
Cool. And then the other bit was Flourish. So big congratulations to the board at Flourish, and not least to Phil as well as its contribution to that, because we were reassured about their finances in a way that I think the board has had some struggles over the course of the 4 or 5 year period. And it was good to see that the sense of balance and the reduction of deficits in some services has been changed. So yeah, positive progress.
Thank you, Dave. Richard?
Just a very small note. Volunteers are important for lots of reasons, but unintentionally I have bumped into literally three examples in the last 2 weeks of people who have been volunteers and are now paid employees. So I just have to talk to them or met them, I think. So it's just really important, you know, that.
I do think we need to make more of the fact that volunteering is a route to employment. I know it's very much where we are, but it's good to see it working.
Yeah, and I wasn't seeking it, just to be chatting to people.
Absolutely. Well, thank Dave for his report. And Polly for checking.
Yes, so this is the report from 16th of April meeting. As with the other reports, I'll take it as read. I'll pick something out from each area: estates, finance and digital cyber. So on estates, there's positive news that we've got 1.8 million of national capital for the National Capital Programme funding to support the high dependency rehabilitation unit in phase 4 of Great Oak. So that's really good news for this year. Finance report, verbal update for month 12 of 512,000 surplus, better than plan, and that was across all care groups and directorates, and we recognise the effort in the committee of everybody across the trust who supported that achievement, particularly around the savings plans. And then going forwards, we received an update around the balance plan for 25-26 and discussed the importance there again of delivering the savings plans, the out of area budget, and the focus will be on the directorates to achieve around our Think Directorate and support. We discussed what support they need and how that would work. So again, recognising that will be, you know, a challenge, and we're all behind it. And we will receive reports giving us detail by directorate around the finance going forwards. And then the other positive one was on cyber security. We've noted significant assurance received around cyber. on the audit. And again, that was very positive. But I've got some very positive things there, but we do really recognise the challenge this year, and we're really on that and focused on it.
Yeah, thank you.
So perhaps to ask through Pauline is as a question, because I think it follows from what you said,
Yeah.
come up somewhere else. So obviously, since your committee met, we've had national pay awards announced. We'd made provision for one element of national pay awards. Could you just remind us what we think the delta might be between what we've provided for
Sure.
and what staff will be paid in August?
Yeah, so every year we have based on the normal funding sort of, we have a shortfall of about £1 million to £1.2 million based on national calculation of what it costs us to pay for pay awards. So that's that £1.1 million included within our balanced plan. The additional pay award that's been announced now over above the pay award assumptions, the additional cost for that is £2.7 million for us. What we don't know yet is what element of that will then be funded via the system allocation. If the last few years going by, it's around about £800,000 to £900,000 shortfall that we estimate on top of what we've already factored in. So although we've got a balanced plan, there's a gap, or there will be a gap. I think based on previous settlements of about £800,000 to £900,000 at least. So we'll watch that space when we get our allocations and keep you posted on what that looks like.
There is a growing national clamour from non-acute trusts around the unfairness.
It does seem to be.
Yeah, don't know who started that. No, can't think of that. But there is, it was a piece in HSJ this week, wasn't there? Ambulance trusts now coming in on that. It's been traditionally mental health community trusts that have raised it. And somebody's chief executive. But there does appear to be a national growing anger, which perhaps will help us get that right. So,
yeah, and you see it's a result from a national perspective. It's a matter of how the calculation is sort of applied to mental health community ambulance trusts. The minute it's something which is reserved for each ICB to resolve, but
that's the right.
I mean, I do think it does, and I might be minded to approach this for Elizabeth and just at least have a go.
Yeah.
Because as you say, this is 4 spreadsheets. You could sort this out really easily if you chose to sort it out. And it's such a systemic problem. So if you're up for it, perhaps we might do a little bit of national direct lobbying to Elizabeth.
yeah.
So, yeah, thank you. Leave it to you two, but it's a good idea. Yes, sir.
It might be a very obvious answer from Richard, if that's all right, but in terms of the side, but it's been written national, international, thing recently. I have to assume that we are then taking whatever reports and information we can to the various.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a number of forums where we'll pick up on any learning, if you like, that comes out from any of the recent incidents. I'm part of the function of the South Yorkshire Cyber Security Forum, which we're members, is to pick up on events that are outside of the NHS framework as well. So we do have our ear to the ground and we do act on incidents.
So this is just on the most expensive bed. Thank you, Richard. It's important. What's happening in the retail industry has been very serious this year. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Polly. And I'll report back on TPC because I shared it. The reports there, and nothing further to add other than I do think that the committee is growing in maturity and starting to, people can be still a bit quiet, but that's to be expected, I think, at this point of the people coming into a new environment. But I think it is, and but Karen would agree that it's starting to really get some serious debate. And when I look at we had a really good debate around Promise 26 and the wider aspects of discrimination and abuse, and they're finding it fit. What I wanted to say, but love being with Dave Jess. Just love being a part of it. And the important thing for Toby and I both there, I think that's important that we do turn up and some indication that we treat TPC very seriously. So, if you're flawed and it's treated as such.
Can I amplify one point from the note, Kath? Is that all right? Because I think it's probably border. I think one of the richest discussions we had was about the thing that's labelled here as the health and well-being vision.
Yeah.
And I'm going to slightly caricature the feedback, but the feedback pretty consistently from the large number of staff reps in the room was a little bit less lovely, nice things, a little bit more. Could we get the basics right?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So yes, it's brilliant that we've got a cycle to work scheme. It's brilliant that we provide the yoga and we put. Nobody's wanting that to stop. But the next health and wellbeing vision needs to say, you know, you will have a place to sit. We will pay you on time. Yeah, that kind of stuff. And that really resonates. I know that the doctors will raise it with Dermot at their professional advisory group next week. I just think there's something perhaps for us as a board just to hear, it's not back to basics, but it's being confident that the basics happen for people. That resonated with me, and I think we heard it from a number of people, not only Simon Mullins, but others in the room. Colleen, is that fair?
Absolutely, and I think focusing on some of the discussions we've had at recent delivery reviews, we heard from care group representatives some challenges with colleagues haven't got a desk, haven't got a base point, haven't got a kitchen, somewhere to go to make a drink.
Yeah.
And also for some of our community staff that haven't got a base point to come together on, to have that debriefing and discussion over lunch or at the end of the day about really complex patients, or even just to check in and say, how are you? That was a difficult visit. How can we pull together? So focusing on some of those basics, not losing the work that we need to do to improve some of the areas, but the real fundamentals that should be accepted, should be given, that in some of our teams aren't. How do we ensure those whilst building in wider areas?
Yes, Richard.
Yeah, I think care groups are really seeking the support around remote working. It's coming up quite a lot now because there's confusion. Can I work from home? Actually, if we're asking people to do home first, well, I'm not going to drive to the base. I'm going to go there and that. Actually, my mileage is from base. So actually, I'm losing out financially. So I think people are really seeking that advice, which we've sort of gone into CLE, I think.
No, thank you. Quite well there. Yes, Richard.
Yeah, I'm just to support what Richard's saying, because we have got potential sort of juxtaposition between trying to implement things or investigate part of things like auto planner, where we're asking people to sort of reschedule around their routing efficiently and so on, and the potential of that disturbing sort of past practices where they've been able to congregate in the morning or lunchtime in the evening, and balancing that with what's good and supportive for staff in terms of that general day-to-day working. So I think there are some things which potentially could sort of come against each other.
Yeah. No, thank you, Richard. Caroline, I'll come back to you.
We're talking various different committees about joining the dots. We've got various papers on today's meeting where we are joining some of the dots. So we've talked about remote working, and some colleagues are very pleased with their opportunities for remote flexible working. Some areas are acute directorates, don't have that flexibility, and our response rate is very low in relation to that. For the remote working, we said we will focus that on H2. So the second half of the year to have that real clarity, because there is concern from some of the wider workforce that have been benefiting from agile remote working, that the organisation's approach is going to change, and we are going to insist that colleagues return to a base point for X number of days per week, and the impact that has on their childcare arrangements, that extra travel time and such like, but also recognising that equity across the organisation. It isn't right that some areas don't have that benefit. So how do we look to address that? So we're piloting self-rostering in some of our inpatient areas. That's done really well with St John's Hospice, giving the staff members the responsibility of the autonomy. Yes, we've got the shifts that need to be covered, but what suits Richard doesn't necessarily suit Jude or Carly. So how do we manage that differently whilst thinking about the younger generations are expecting a flexible workforce and flexible working, so we have to operate differently. We can't continue in the same way we have done.
And sometimes, I'll come back to you, it's a huge issue. Because when you trust us to roster, stop to it. treat our employees like adults. But there is the other end of the age group as well, who can continue to work longer if they've got flexibility around working practice. These days, the very few mentioned people do.
So I think it's really important as well to think about some bonuses related to growth policies and people with disabilities. Where we're actively doing a more diverse workforce that represents the community in which we serve, in which we will get a different health and wellbeing, and we've got to be in a position where we can meet that need. I think one of that has been health through the LDA, with developing our leaders to think about how they manage and lead people differently. But equally, there's some stuff we can do around half-one sessions about how we can support them. We've been having an active discussion with education and learning subgroup around the AD, really where some of this, there's some the building blocks we've got in place that are they around these things that I think we need these days, such as our sport, we can get to focus on things like that.
Yeah, thank you. And it's crossed my mind that we do need to let TPC know the issues that come from this debate, because we're feeding it's the thing, isn't it?
Well, I'll happily pick that up with Carleen. I know there was a point about governance as well, Phil, wasn't there, about letting people know about things? I don't know if you want to.
I could just take this opportunity in terms of the papers. I think in a couple of committees, because we've got vendors, governors coming to I think Ian in particular was on the screen, I think, raised the issue around a way in which we, and probably by the time me, ensure that our governors don't essentially have to wait until quarterly meetings to find out things. So we'll put in place for next week some form of update that just allows me to talk to the governors about that their colleagues have attended their meetings and what was
But we will feed back to TPC, Ken.
Yeah.
Discussion.
Thank you.
Phil's blog.
Voice of Phil. Voice of Phil. I think Voice of Phil has got it's screaming out. Voice of Phil.
Absolutely. Thank you. That will bring us to the end of the reports on tier 2 committees. And thank you to chairs for reporting back. We'll go to agenda item 14, which is Toby's report. Could I just remind you that we do have the revised PSET policy for approval, which is attached to Toby's report.
Yeah, so I was going to throw out 5 things, take any questions, and then we'll deal with the PSEF element as well, if that's okay. So the 5 things we throw out, one is on the front sheet. I mean, I think you made a really pertinent point, I suspect in TPC, but it's playing out very much as we go through the NHS reset and ICB reorganisation and so on, is that people are sort of hunkering down into what they perceive to be their revised role. And losing the thread of joining things up and making a real difference. And I think, particularly around things like inequality, particularly around the third sector, I mean, so to give you a specific example, all of the South Yorkshire ICB's SDF cuts in respect of mental health, learning disabilities and autism were the third sector. They were just cut. Yeah. So I think the practical thing is that I think all board members have the opportunity to kind of realise that that's not what we're going to be doing. Because I think otherwise there's a risk that the individuals who articulate that quite commonly are isolated in the space. So it's kind of a plea to board members not to indicate necessarily our difference, but our long-term commitment to this stuff, and that isn't going to change as a result of what is going on. So that was the first point I wanted to make. The second is that we had the benefit on May the 7th and 8th, or 6th and 7th, I can't remember which, of having CQC with us in our PICU wards. We haven't had formal feedback as yet, albeit insofar as we've had informal feedback. I'm sure we won't do brilliantly, but we won't do terribly. And there's a lot of positive feedback, particularly on the way in which staff welcomed and received and were open to the inspection process. And I think we've also learned quite a lot as a senior leadership team about how we would run that sort of thing, and we will create a space in July, August to do some reflective learning on that, because our current understanding of the CQC's approach changing quite regularly and often in a way that isn't necessarily shared, is that we will see more service level inspections of the type we've just experienced. Does that make sense? So that's the second thing I want to draw out. Third one, just briefly to what some people still insist on calling long service and what we're trying to call distinguished service awards. Thank you to Kath and to Joe and to Dermot and to Carleen and I've forgotten to Pauline and to Richard. There you go. I got the whole list in the end for May the 6th with the first one. There's about 320 people who will receive retrospective application of those awards for the years 2022 and 2023. That will close the gap that existed. I need equally to be candid, just on the basis of our new mailbox for Distinguished Service Awards, that there are any manner of sort of 30, 40 year feelings of grievance that folk have that we are responding to at an individual level, but they are not dealable with through the award system. So, you know, just to recognise that even doing what we're going to do, which I think was a real listening response, a very rapid response, I still don't think it will deal with, I joined in 1986, I've worked here, I've never received anything. You know, so we'll work that stuff through, and hopefully that the positive of the situation is that it's made it all very high profile. And so we are seeing people reach out who perhaps have been sitting on that issue or talking about it if they have got an office in their office rather than separately. So I think that's a positive, but we want to keep DSA going, and thanks to people for contributing to that. Budget sign-off has proceeded. Almost everybody has a letter. Everybody has approval. I think it's been a really interesting process. Again, we will run a learning exercise in July with Carleen and Isaz steering that to think about next year and what we can pick up from that. But it certainly spoke to Think Directorate, you know, and a range of teams, some really embracing it, some saying to me, this is great. You know, I feel like I can make choices that I couldn't make before. Other people, understandably, there's a headlight and there they have it, and I get that. So we'll work that through. And then just to end, I mean, the last two paragraphs I think are just really positive things, and I'd just draw people's attention to, if you gave up on the report by then, yeah, the poverty proofing reports will be all up and posted and deliberately very public. And, you know, I would expect, in the same way that many of you will have read Care Opinion over the last couple of days, you know, that we should be coming to board meetings thinking, have we actually done any of this stuff in response to that stuff? So the point of making it public is to put Joe and me and others, yeah, in the space where we need to be able to demonstrate we've done something as a result. So I'll pause there, Chair, with those 5 things, and anything else that is or isn't in the report. And then if your time allows, I'll come back to Lisa.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Lots of stuff in service reports as usual. Open to questions, Lee.
Yeah, great to see so many good things in there, like particularly like the change of the name to distinguished service. I think that's really important. So the fact we've got more money on patient-facing care as well, very important, that's good. And also welcome the addition of disengagement onto the action plan as well. I think that's really positive. I wanted to make an ask though, that just on the housing venture in London and elsewhere, I don't come across that as much as perhaps some of the other projects, and I can agree with that. I don't think
Oh, well, perhaps there was a very good paper at CLE. So perhaps as an immediate, if you felt that paper would do the job, Joe, you could circulate that around all members. That'd be really good, and we can put it on a visiting programme as well. I think staff. What's quite elegant is that the staff involved really feel like it came from them. And the reason I describe that as elegant is that isn't necessarily the case, but it's therefore very elegant that that's how they have taken to it. It might make sense, you know. So Joe and the team have really driven it, and then a team have taken it on and they've adopted it, and they feel like it's theirs, which is quite a skillful thing. So I'm really chuffed with that, to be honest. Yes, thank you.
It was your first point, Toby, that you made in terms of decisions, in terms of third sector funding.
Oh yeah.
I'm horrified was probably my expression in terms of that decision, given Well, many reasons in terms of we know the massive contribution the third sector provides in terms of well-being, and we know that often people don't come to statutory services. It's the third sector that keeps people going.
Yeah.
And obviously in terms of our promises and health inequalities, we know what happened with local authorities that made that decision. So I suppose it was just to elaborate really on what you've said in terms of we obviously in our committees can be emphasising that that isn't our approach.
Okay.
But is there anything more that we can be doing to influence?
So to make sure I'm being clear, the trust has had no party in what I've described.
Absolutely.
And our behaviour is different as you described. As a collaborative board, I think we expressed our anger about both the result and the process, because there hadn't really been a process. We are due to be sent the equality impact assessments and so on. I suppose Jude's doing quite a lot of heavy lifting in there because I want to see that they exist. I think that as we contribute as a trust and through the local authority to future deliberations about the ICB, we need to, if we just stay with the voluntary sector as a focus for a minute here, we need to understand how that sector has a powerful voice and how it can be made to have a powerful voice. Because, Rachel, as we move to more of a old style purchaser provider split, we know in a purchaser provider split that small and third sector organisations get stalked. So perhaps one thing we could think about, we've had these conversations through the Hearts and Minds work and other places, is what could we do to support collaborative bidding? Yeah, I know it sounds a little bit parental, it's not meant to, but what could we do as an institution to put the finance muscle, the IT muscle, alongside small organisations to support them to bid? I'm trying to be practical in response to your question, because it's I just think we need, and there'll be other ideas I'm sure, we just need some practical responses, because people ain't looking for us to go, oh, it's terrible, we feel badly for you. What could we practically do? Now, if there's going to be a few ifs in this sentence, if we sustain the collaborative, if we then persuade the collaborative to take on 3-year responsibility for the finances of mental health in the ICB, then the explicit intention of that proposition would be that we would be able to operate to a different set of values closer to as implied by your question. But that is at least 2 quite big ifs right now. And if you'd asked me in March, it would have been 1 big if. Could we get colleagues to that point? I think it's now 2 ifs, but that's still the intent. I think the NHS has missed local authority austerity and still imagines that the nurturing of voluntary sector organisations is something local authorities are doing a lot of. And you and I suspect, would recognise that was true 15 years ago, but it's gone.
Yeah, 2 questions if it was I think it was in relation to the appendix that's in the document, because there's been an awful lot of publications that have come out through the last recording. And 2 bits I wanted to ask about. One was around the publications of the ICB's changes and the summaries that have come through in terms of consultation. And the second was around the publications related to trans and non-binary people, particularly because of the High Court ordinances were last month for the world. So I just remember that ask about those.
They're both very good questions. Taking the second one first, on which I'm considerably less steeped. I think the material from the Confederation that's in the paper seeks to reinforce the position we've taken as an executive leadership group, which is that there isn't a need to rush to do things in response to the judgment, the meaning of which I think will become clearer over time. I'm conscious that we made that decision and we haven't set ourselves sort of, okay, so we're going to take it up at a sensible pace. Have we then said, well, when are we going to do that? So sitting here now, I'm thinking that by the end of July, we ought to be at the sweet spot of having enough understanding, having the opportunity to talk to our various networks, and to maybe be able to publish something quite short about what has to change, what doesn't have to change, if anything has to change. I don't know if that gets at your question.
Yeah, I know, and I absolutely understand that application out related to the LGBTQ network. I'd like to sponsor a women's network.
Yeah.
That's what, because I think there's something we've been discussing as to what is needs and how women identify. So, all the value that that's on.
Okay. Okay, well, perhaps we have that in the action log,
Yeah.
and then find the right space. I suppose you and I have talked about the fact that this is lots of individual situations, and we need to be approaching it with that compassion rather than treating it in a kind of sectoral way. If that makes sense. Your first question was about the ICB blueprint. So clearly, the ICB blueprints in the papers that came out late. In my personal opinion, it's perhaps a little less well developed than had been anticipated. My understanding is that ICBs will submit their consultation documents. If it's not today, then it's tomorrow to the centre. Notionally, on June the 13th, they will begin staff consultation. I think that as yet, the only organisational diagrams that we've had sight of are staff numbers and headline functions. We haven't had sight of any further detail than that. The functions that the blueprint describes potentially transferring from ICBs to somewhere else, including, for example, CHC, are, to the best of my understanding, subject to statutory amendment, so cannot proceed for it until parliamentary time has been found to provide for that. And I think it's also fair to say that all ICBs that I've been chatting to are faced with very, very sizable redundancy bills, and by that I mean tens of millions of pounds. As yet, there is no indication of Treasury assent or funding for that, and I think the two are subtly different: assent and funding. But you could have assent without funding, but on the face of it, they would need assent. So whether that affects the timetable, I don't know. I think it is fair to say that ICBs, whilst they've done, they've made it's a very internal conversation inside the ICB. And I don't mean we're feeling frozen out as providing chief executives, but I think it's worth reflecting that I think there may be some surprises in how they view the forward function. And I suppose the other point to make is we haven't had the 10-year plan. So where that I think particularly may become a moment is that ICBs generally appear to be moving away from place type organisations. I think we may be anticipating the 10-year plan makes some quite bold statements about neighbourhoods and neighbourhood structures, neighbourhood organisations. You could say that might fill a gap. I think it's a risk these two things do not join up. They look like they're going to, but they end up slightly apart. So in terms of this organisation, and I think I mentioned this in my private report, I think that's a particular point of focus. Thanks.
Just to bring you in, Jim, we had a South Yorkshire chair meeting late yesterday afternoon, and what Toby's just reported is what we were told yesterday afternoon. So if you want to triage your information, if I've got cookies notes, if anybody wants to talk to me over lunch, then you're welcome. I'll just to say it was one of the most difficult committees or difficult meetings I think I've sat through. And the comments that we made about making sure that we stick to our strategy, our policies, our intention to our communities and patients is going to be hugely important, and not the easy thing to do as this all happens around. There will be new responsibilities, statutory responsibilities for this board in the fullness of time, which I'm not worrying about, but you know, for those of us who do sit on the spot, stronger responsibilities for this board, particularly around finance. We will see the fullness of time. But yeah, I mean, we're in a stretch if people are interested in more detail than I've got. Jo.
Yeah, it was just around the shadow CLE and the community commission executive. And so a bit more about how you see that working and how it will fit, or is that still work in progress? How it fits with CLE and then, you know, the governor.
Yeah,
community.
I mean, I think it's be space in June to work through in a variety of places how that could work. I suppose for me, the starting point is we have a series of people who are giving their time currently to our CLE subgroups, and then of course governors as well. At the moment, and obviously we've got meetings with those people. We've got one, I think, on Monday, haven't we? And then Glyn and Jude are doing some work on some quite practical things that might support those people. I think at the moment those people don't have a space together. And if one of the things that I think we've all spoken to before is trying to make sure that those people are in a position to really influence what we talk about, as distinct from feedback on what we want to talk about. I suppose this may be an imperfect answer to your question, but I suppose I'm trying to see us create a vehicle through which that could happen. I probably haven't got much more than that. Joe's I'm very open to those people's voices and other people on the table's voices as we go through June. But I think a bit like getting moving with having those folk in subgroups, I think it's one of those where if we just get going, not in a half-baked way, you said something else, we'll see how it emerges. Does that make sense? And if we've then got the evaluative capability that we're building to kind of learn as we go, I think that feels right. So it's a this summer get started thing, I suppose. I think there's a potential crossover between that and getting organised on how we work institutionally with the voluntary sector in a slightly more structured way. I haven't quite worked out how that join, whether this is a good place for that join to play out or not. So we'll talk some more as execs about how we see that. Does that help at all?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yes.
Any linked points on that one? Slightly separate point. I noted with interest the first housing venture.
Yeah.
In there. And I remember your words, which were, if it ain't in the strategy and the promises, we're not doing it. So sure. I kind of read it with interest, thinking it felt like it fitted. And then I just questioned myself to go, is this a scope creep?
Oh, right. I think, and we're happy to debate that here also, that it's promised 23.
I have my tribute on.
Yes. So I think that's what it's intended to be. But I think taking your point with a serious, I think we mean to make sure it is.
Yeah.
You know, so Promise 23 speaks to genuine alternatives that help the bed base. If it just becomes we're running a housing project over there and it's disassociated from what we do, then it isn't Promise 23. And hence probably my emphasis and my pleasure in the fact that staff seem to have embraced it. It needs to be that link. So it's a great question. But I think Joe would tell me it's Promise 23.
Nodding a lot.
I'm pointing.
I note for the record it's Promise.
Well, we need to remember Promise 23. We couldn't work out whether it was its strategic objective 4 or 5. So it's always been the lost sheep in the conversation, hasn't it?
I think that the model is very clearly at this point in time supporting our patients that have been out of area having complex mental health rehab and are not ready to step back into their own homes and community, but it's helping them out of an institution. So, you know, that South Yorkshire Housing do a lot of the work around helping them with their tenancy. They have their own flats in this unit. but we input as we would if they were in their own homes, some of the AOT support. We had some discussion at CLE about whether that was excluding a wider group of patients, if we're just focusing too much around SMI, but that's something that we can look beyond where we go with it at the moment, that we've about 5 patients moved into the 10 units now, which has gone really well. And, you know, we'll be looking, can't stay there forever. So, you know, some of it's going to be what's the next steps, and then we'll move back quickly on, maybe up to 2 years as that in the unit. So it fits with a number of them, but I think clearly lands under.
It's certainly one like that elsewhere. In fact, but it isn't throughput, isn't it? It's not. No. Richard.
Yeah, I just want to come back to come back to the CLE or shadow CLE. I think it's absolutely what we need to do, because I think if you look at the Good Institute paper later, Glyn's very comfortable in that space, but there are others who are still saying, right, it's still very jargonised. I can't always work out what's going on. So I think the principle of bringing them together, because the other feedback we get is, well, I know what's happening in that committee, but I don't know what's happening in that one. And then just the third point was, we spoke this week to the children's group. So we do have a young person who is one of our governors, but I think was definitely a bit isolated because they're one young person. So we're going to quickly find another. But I think this CLE may not include them, because I think they need to feel connected to other young people, young people.
I hear that.
So there might be different connecting pieces. I think it's absolutely the right thing to do.
Thank you, Richard. And I'm minded, Glenn did ask me to give his apologies, which is quite what you do, because obviously when doing the series and observer, with this has been quite poor. Is it positive? But I have a message this morning to say, but I give his apologies for not being here in the English better. I should have done that at the beginning of the meeting. Now they know when we're to please say.
Thank you. Just going back to Dave's point on promise bingo, we also shouldn't forget promise 9 and the 4 employment pillars. So the homeless section that fits into promise 9, one of the 4 work streams we are progressing.
I mean, my group should speak.
Chairman, so then there's a piece of policy, but I was about to say older board members. I don't know if I should say more distinguished board members. So I'm going to get myself in a bit of board members who were with us in December 2023 will remember that we worked through a workshop on PSERF, and we thereby agreed and then documented subsequently a document to which this document is a replacement. For those of us that have shorter attention spans like me, I would guide you almost entirely to Appendix 1 if you wish to understand the document. I'm not saying the rest of it isn't smashing, but Appendix 1 is the bit that is intended to be really, really clear about which of the various approaches to, from the PSERF model we would apply to which kind of instance that our staff or our patients experience. And that's important because in the national PSERF guidance, it is perfectly clear that the board should at the very least take a view about what constitutes a PSII. For those of you who have been steeped in the theology of PSERF, the notion was that it liberated local organisations to take a more locally led approach. That's smashing. If you simply remove all guardrails, you sometimes get an element of chaos. Because you distributed decision making to so very many people. So this is intended, guardrails is helpful, but it's useful to guide our folk on what you would typically expect to see happen. And subject to today's approval, and given that we've essentially been running to this certainly since January-ish of this year, people will notice that there is a Q2 internal audit of the numbers and qualitative decency of the application of this appendix in April, May and June. Does that make sense? So we will reasonably rapidly, by about September of this year, have a view on how well or otherwise we have deployed this in Q1. The final point I wanted to make is that, I'm going to say it's related. In the world of medical education, there is then an expectation, relatively new one, that institutions provide very clearly for clarity about how adverse or significant events that involve trainee doctors are overseen and managed. We have had what Mrs. Merton would describe as a heated debate about how best to do this. It's fair to say that the attached annex comes with Dermot, Steve and my commendation. It's also fair to say that our Director of Postgraduate Medical Education would like something a lot more extensive and elaborate. And while she is aware, therefore, of this being here, it's only fair to Dr. Thomas for people to be clear that whilst we've given due consideration to the more elaborate scheme, we are intending to operate it on this basis. Clearly, at the end of the first year of that, we can see how that has gone. But it'd be helpful if the board could approve the PCERT policy and perhaps the minutes could note reasonably fulsomely what I've just said about postgraduate medical education, because we'll be writing to the deanery on this point, among a number of others, tomorrow.
I wasn't intending to keep you long on this item then, because you have seen it before, and this is the approval of the final version. Questions or comments?
I think it's only to reiterate really that that matrix is so practical.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. There's a danger in sort of going through the papers that you don't necessarily look at it enough, but just when people to say here's special safety, that's how it will be dealt with. It's a super piece of work.
Make that comment I read as well. Practical measure, yeah.
So again, because I think we had a good discussion on policy committee and sort of saying great piece of work. I guess on reflection, I was trying to count up on the process. So when we do go through a PSI, you could look at that and say of the elapsed time, 40% is doing this stuff and 60% is checking your homework. So it is non-value adding time. If I'm generous, you added 7 days of building and ownership of the recommendations to chair of the family is value adding to that. So you could get to 54% of the time is value adding and the rest is checking stuff. So I guess it's not to, because I think we just go for it. However, I think as we learn into it, we should have that mindset of lean thinking, of getting it right, of building into it quality, not adding a back end in checking.
And I think that's spot on, David. And in the journey that Steve has led on complaints, I think we've been on exactly that same process, that we've had to have a hell of a lot of check and triple check. Now we've got the quality of our output a little bit, well, frankly, in the green zone, not the red or purple zone. We're able to lean a little bit. Clearly, we've got an important PSI paper later on. I don't want to steal Steve's thunder, but my sense is at this stage we need a lot of that checking to get calibre of output. But I'm with you. Let's see if we can lean it once we've got calibre of output. Good. If that's okay. Good.
I agree to approve the revised research policy that's before you today. This version, let's get working. And that brings us to the end of service report. We have considered matters of concern. Can we know the first line on delivery or report, which is before you and circulated, and approve the revised PCERT policy? Can we agree that? Thank you. Over to Carly on staff survey. This is about what we do about it, not going into incredible detail of what it's I'll even take it forward.
Thank you, Chair. So in previous years, we've focused on the staff survey results in the here and now. What is each year's results telling us? And then by hard looked at areas of focus from a trust perspective where we've identified 2 or 3, and then each of the care groups have identified 2 or 3 areas of focus. Some years we've done a youth set review, and similar to try and close off that loop and drive of engagement, but I'm not aware that we've focused on what are our aspirations for the staff survey results. What do we wish to focus on over the end of the year? There was a reminder, I've included last year's results, but not to focus on those. So I've suggested some areas of focus linked to our organisational strategy, the 28 promises, and taking us through to 2028. So I've suggested a minimum floor for our staff survey results. So for each of the 9 areas, our staff survey results are rated either equal or above our average peer comparator. And as a reminder, our comparator is a comparator from a mental health, LD and community trust. So we're not below that average rating. Then I've also suggested potentially 2 areas of focus where we have aspirations to be potentially best in class. So from a staff survey perspective, we've got average, we've got best, and we've got worst rating. I'm not suggesting we focus on any of our results reducing down to the worst, average being the floor, and then 2 areas where we go for best in class. And that's people promise 1, we are compassionate and inclusive, and people promise 5, we are always learning. With a further area of focus based on staff engagement. Staff engagement, although we have a current score of 7, which is still rated as a good score, I feel as though we should be aiming for more. Our staff members deserve more, our patients deserve more. Also, staff engagement helps drive some of the other areas. So to be above average on our staff engagement good score and on a journey towards moving to best. Given the work we need to do, I didn't feel best was something we could aim for to start with, and we need to have those building blocks and those foundations. So I've then looked at the trust analysis. So we have the comparison national data where we can look at where are we against the 210 NHS organisations nationally, and then also from a peer group perspective, so mental health, LD and community trusts. So we are always learning, which I was quite surprised about when I did the detailed analysis, given the amount of work we've done in this area. In probably the last 12 months or so, with the introduction of the Learn Half Days from September of last year, the training budget being the only dedicated ring-fence budget within the organisation, that's our lowest score against the 210 and our comparator groups. So we have to do some further work in there. Our best performing result is flexible working, but we've already touched on some of that. Pockets in the organisation are areas, so pockets for dire, and our dire areas are acute. So we have to do some work with the scheduling from an acute perspective. And I've also looked at what are the best top 5 organisations doing in those areas. Who are they? What can we learn from those as a learning organisation? And I've suggested some of the RES and DES work is delegated to POD for that oversight as we did do last year. Rachel's already touched on some of the detailed discussions we've had about that other discrimination. How do we get beneath other? What does that really mean? And then how do we build on the people pulse that is available on a quarterly basis to understand, is the work we're doing having an impact? Is it making a difference? The staff survey comes around once a year. We don't get the results until March and we start again in September. So our window of opportunity is very limited. So let's utilise the people pulse to see whether the work is having an impact. So they're the suggested areas of focus. Happy to challenge them, bold enough or they're brave enough. Could we do more with the other areas we should focus on?
Thank you. And the recommendations are obviously at the end of the report, and that does include delegations for development and subsequent monitoring of the work to POD. Any? Yes, Dave. Richard and Andrew. Let's get that for get this down. Dave.
I just wonder, Carly, are you able to mine the data to see what the driver questions are for the outcome of engagement and the lack of many colleagues ability to recommend us as a place to work? Because I think that can save a lot of time and effort in the inquiry process and directorates if you are able to get there. I'm not sure whether you're able to do that.
We are able to mine the data down to a directorate level. So we've shared all of that information with the 23 directorates for each of the questions. So if we see the overarching known themes, but there's a number of questions that go beneath each of the themes. So yes, each of the 23 directorates have got the individual questions and their response rates.
So it's the drivers behind that. So is it? But you're not able to.
Survey doesn't really provide that.
And there isn't any functionality to change the survey, with it being a national survey, hasn't been changed now for a number of years. So in essence, we have what we have.
Currently I've got Richard, then Lee, then Jude, then Rachel, then Cathy. So Richard.
Yeah, thanks, Colin. It was really a sort of a statistical significant question. You referenced a couple of times about the score slightly increased 0.01. I'm imagining that is significant, but people are driven by numbers. We went up, we're good, we went down, we're bad, and I think there's a danger of failing to recognise the natural variation year on year. So it's sort of fits to making data count, Richard, in terms of, you've talked about flaws, and maybe there's a process. And the other thing was talking about the 5 best performers. Over the years, have they always been the same 5, or is there an ebb and flow with that?
There's an ebb and flow with that. Some of them might have been best performers for a number of years, a small number of years, but that changes each and every year with the top 5.
Which again could be a reflection of normal variation. Yeah.
Thank you. I thought the priorities that you set out was really helpful. The one I wanted to pick up was, I was also surprised by the learning, as essentially with still that investment that's been made. But I guess it got me wondering, actually, is it about that education part of things, or is it more about the listening and the acting? And it was hard not to see it in the light of, given some of the other papers, of the freedom to speak up report and that feeling that people, your concerns are going to be responded to. And I wondered if it would be valuable to do some backing of the results from that against this, just to look at whether they're the same areas, have the same concerns, whether there's patterns. They might be independent, one might be driving the other, but just having the data side by side.
Absolutely, we can mine the data in that way, so that's something we can consider.
Thank you, Lee. Jude.
The 2 points, one of which should be maybe some available. So I think absolutely acknowledge the rules and what they are, but we started a new survey for like September, October. So we only actually launched Learn Across in September, October. So people were putting it in and they might not have actually had their first event. So I'm hopeful that the next one, we should see people having now done that 12 months increase on that area. That said, we know it's not there yet with everything. We've got an event that's been held in the School Creativity and Learn meeting, because when we've done a peer review, we've triangulated where we know the learn is working better and not so good. And we've got feedback from our Q directors that particularly people who work over 24-hour period is hard. We're focusing around what's more issues there. So whilst I'm optimistic that we should see a change when we get the next sub-survey, that possibly will still be more polarised between services and less.
Yes, I have thought about that. They don't understand.
That's been
Yeah, no, but it's just a point, isn't it? Rachel.
Yeah, I really support the ambition. I think it's really important we have that, and we, yes, it might be a tiny percentage point, but I think it's good to set out what we're trying to achieve. Like the idea of learning from others, I think that's always something we should do. I know that it's devolved out to directorates. So I suppose it's just a question about understanding it at different staff groups. Does the data give us that? Because I think what we'll probably see at certain levels is very different. And we're expecting the directorates that will really focus on those staff groups that perhaps aren't responding as well as others.
So the data, we do have the functionality to mine it in different ways. So we can mine it via the directorates, then we can slice across the staff groups. We can look internally within the directorates. We can look at questions. We can look at protected characteristics. So that is the flexibility of the data and the mining that is available there. And that information has been shared with all of the areas. So we've sliced across nursing and midwifery groups. We've sliced across medics to have a look at any of the differences that may not be apparent from just looking at Think Directorate. So our focus has been Think Directorate, but then also looking across the organisation, across different staff groups. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Well, Cathy and then Richard. We've come to a conclusion, then we'll take a break. Okay, Cathy.
Thank you. My thoughts are sort of stepping back from it and the things such as in the annexes you've got tables of statistics and possible, and I'm thinking, you know, there are clear isn't standout groups, but you know, you need to be paying attention. And then I thought sort of, you know, maybe triangulated that with the amount of change going on, perhaps the amount of vacancies we've got, and you know, with other sort of perhaps hygiene and other factors going on. That might make them just feel genuinely, you know, altogether not that, you know, impressed or happy or giving the sort of feedback that they're giving. Because in a way, I thought some of the areas not, you know, I wasn't really expecting anything different in that sense because they feel challenged and they feel that it's a difficult place and things. So I just wondered if that sort of thinking, because otherwise there's always a tendency to learn what you do, but actually it might be bigger do, a bigger care that they need.
Take a break. Let's take two.
Yeah, it's just
The Richard before me, Chair.
First.
All right.
Yeah, it's a general point for myself, I suppose. And I'm already thinking about this. I've personally declared that I do think the staff survey is fairly rudimentary. So it's not a science. So the data is there and it's useful. I take Lee's point about triangulating as more important rather than this is this, and you know, so it's helpful. But I suppose I did want to point out, thinking about this year, we're an organisation that is under a lot of very important change, but we are asking people to work differently. We're doing job planning. We're asking service managers to constantly account, to think about their productivity. So you can see the end goal, but I just wanted to sort of people to bear some of that in mind, I suppose.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think people do notice that, you know, one or two managers said to me, oh, the staff service got less emphasis than it used to have. Now, you know, I wasn't here, so I can't comment on the used to have. I think the point I wanted to make, in fact, my views on the staff survey follow Richard and Richard's very strongly. Appendix 1, I think, is astonishingly helpful.
Yes.
Because just to illustrate my point, 10 out of 23 directorates do rather well on staff engagement. The balance do not. Some of the ones that do less well, we might anticipate. Some we might not. So I think, you know, in the sense that things may get worse before they get better, which is a slight amplification of Richard's point, I think I'm going to go away from the conversation. I endorse the recommendations, but with a really strong sense of following through Appendix 1. And, you know, when we get next year's report, let's have a look at how Appendix 1 looks, because I think it's quite a rich and interesting picture, to be honest. So I'd just recommend that as the way to focus, Chair.
I was going, I thought Appendix 1 was incredibly useful, and some of them I expected to see there. I think like to what we're looking at next year.
Yeah, just time that it all takes, like say, it's like 6 months from when you're serving it out. These days, contract being through.
You would have thought that.
Then wherever you got, the next one around again,
No, there's a national timetable, so unfortunately it's around September, October to November, December. Results come out under embargo, released mid-March.
And they don't, there must be peer pressure, what's the going on. Okay.
Go on, Steve. Well, anyway, I think you're indulgent. Go on.
No, I just don't think we hang our cap on everything on the staff survey. I'm not saying that we say that, but this is an iterative process throughout the year. So nursing and facilities in Appendix 1 is a really prime example of where things have perhaps got a lot worse before we were expecting that to improve this year. But I haven't waited for the staff survey to do that.
No, absolutely.
And I know nobody's saying that, but I just think it's important.
Yeah, I think absolutely. Could we therefore look at the recommendations at the at paragraph 7? Could we agree those and add into those the point that Toby made about bringing back progress on what in fact is Appendix 1? That we need to look at Appendix 1 and then take a report next year at this time on progress on Appendix 1 as well as everything else that we need to see. It would be obvious really what work has been done. Okay, thank you. We will agree that, and you can take 15 minutes to preparing a informative report. You'll notice this is a self-assessment in the 13 directorates against the order. We can make sure that we spend an equal amount of time on each of the domains, so got 10 minutes each. And the speed will pick it up with you for
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the board to allow furnish and service this paper, which an inordinate amount of work has gone in. Just acknowledge really the directorates and the care groups work within that. That's culminated in the last 6 months of getting us to this position. And whilst, as you say, Chair, it is termed and badged a CQC self-assessment, it's actually a self-assessment against the standards. So we've used the quality statements, we've used 26 out of the 34 within the domains. I think we've learned and grown throughout the process that this has been quite iterative. And whilst we've done that, we have really picked out some really key elements within each of the directorates and gone into the mining of the detail with each team. I suppose I was pleased that our chair of quality committee referred to every day being a CQC day in his escalation to board, as quality committee has seen an iteration of this report. And within that and within the exec group, we've picked out some really, I would say, big ticket items that the board will need to be aware of. And those have been really around the unwanted variation that we've seen across the organisation. And that ranges from the way that we complete rosters between wards, often across from each other, the way that personalised care plans are produced and conducted with people and their families. We've got inconsistencies in our wait times, which provided a big feature in some of our responsiveness and effectiveness domains. And also training and supervision. That's been a key thing that we've pulled out from the process. So, Chair, I'm really keen to get the conversation started, so to speak, and certainly if you want to ask questions on some of the rigour and ratings, that would be very welcome.
Thank you. My intention was to go through them sort of domain by domain, and that's okay. I said we've got about 40 minutes, so we've got about 10 minutes if that work per area. We could start with safe. Yeah, we could start with the safe domain, don't we? So just to concentrate on that one. Did you want to introduce it, Steve?
Sure. I mean, safe. We have as an organisation self-rated as requires improvement. It's consistent with our last inspection. We have applied a consistent approach. So with all the domains, the caveat here is that this has been challenged and scrutinised in a meeting, and you'll see in the report who attended and how that was undertaken to align the metrics and the quality statements that are a subdomain within the safe. And it's that I would ask board members to consider and consider certainly the elements of data or metrics that we've used to benchmark ourselves.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. So, questions, comments on this, yes, Joe?
Yeah, I think it was looking across the piece that the different parts of the domain. Obviously, we've got physical health and neuro rating themselves with inadequate on 3 of the areas. That's something that when you went through the triangulation that everybody felt was a robust view, or something that you think is a significant issue?
Yeah, that's a really good question and good spot, because often when we spoke about physical health and neuro, looking at a really positive lens, and certainly what we found when we were doing this process was that predominantly this was around their safeguarding training compliance, which has been historically quite poor. Also, some of the areas compliance with IPC, for example, it's been noticed as a role modelling, so not individual staff providing care, but maybe perhaps some of them senior leaders with there that should be role modelling. So whilst it feels rather harsh when we discussed and flushed this out based on some of the things, it's what they felt that they needed to rate themselves, and that's.
And should be thanked for the candidness with that. It's positive. And could you use the data word, Steve? Sorry, because there was a general point in QC. So it's against quality statements, but then you talked about data, and I think as a data nerd, I wanted to see far more data to see the outcome of what we're talking about. Two of my colleagues didn't want to see any data at all and would have preferred to see the thing. So it was quite
no data at all.
But you did say data and benchmarking, Steve. Can you just help me understand that a bit?
Sure. So in terms of the domains and the sub-statements, the quality statements, which range from meds optimization, learning culture. So when we look at, for example, neurodiversity, they're learning from incidents and the way that they use the PSII PSERF process as an example of how they close on incidents.
So it wouldn't have a set of safety metrics as part of that.
So this is linked to the quality and safety plan, which always measures. Yeah. So not just with that, but also with our QPR. So it's benchmarked on the data that we've all seen in committees for the subsection of CLE. So there's no new data that we've used.
Okay.
It will be based on the standards that fit in alignment.
Thank you.
I've got Toby and then Richard. Toby.
So I do think more data will help when we've got the data, if you see what I mean, which is, I think you're always, I think, Steve, I'm trying to frame this as a question. I think the 8 elements of safety is really helpful to look at on the pages if you've laid it out. And when I look at medicines or optimization, safe systems, learning culture, people's involvement in risk and safe staffing, I can see why we end up at RI. If you see what I mean, just given some of the conversations we've got, I suppose, could you just help me with how meaningful you think that analysis is for our community mental health teams, as distinct from our inpatient areas where I do think Rotherham have been a bit optimistic. So just help me with that kind of differentiation for the community mental health directorates. What should we really be looking for there?
So we are looking at this internally from a national perspective. We form part of the standards that the CQC are devising, but there still are an institutional process, of course. But I think what's important to us to ensure that we are safe. Talked and Lenz's conversation earlier around different medication. Okay. As an example, Toby, which all will be cited given that we had a CQC or we had a presentation where that was one of the concerns that I had. We've seen improvement throughout that year, but to Dermot's point around what was a consistent theme through the meds optimization was that
we are not still learning from.
That's helpful. The other one I took from, because I mean, just to put, I think, Claire, we went through all these in the delivery reviews. I think some of our community mental health teams, that the pathway of a patient through and within those teams is perhaps a little bit fuzzy. That makes sense. So I'm taking safe systems, pathways and transitions, if you like, and I'm thinking, could I attest that each of the CMH teams have got really good systems, caseload management, whatever it was, dynamic caseload adjustment or whatever it was we were being told about. I'm not sure I could at the minute.
And I suppose not to jump this conversation, but you're referring to effective and responsive. And so Chair would ask that we just focus on safe first, if that was okay. Toby, I'm more than happy to answer it, but coming.
Oh, well, I might be doing, but I was under the safe domain.
Oh, sorry, safe systems, pathways and transition.
Safe systems, pathways and transition.
You are.
All right. I don't mind being right. I don't have that often. So that's good. I always assume I'm wrong.
No, that's the fifth policy statement. You are right.
There we are. Okay, so that's right. No problem. So I didn't put holes, and I think I'm trying to reinforce the RI. If that makes sense. But, yeah.
Right, on to Richard. Oh, to people to pop up.
Yeah, to some extent, in some sense, it's reassuring for me that it's RI, because I think today's board is a good example. We've just signed off the PSERT paper. We're just going to sign off the safety and the quality and safety plan.
Yeah.
So there's an awful lot in train, and if we suddenly said we're good, but we're signing things off, we've had feedback from staff first survey saying we're not sure about learning. So I think if we weren't RI, I would have felt concerned. If I'm honest.
Yeah.
But Steve, obviously we're putting a lot on radar, putting a lot on the safety and quality plan. Obviously putting about med ops. Do you think we've got all the right foundations, because we're not there yet, in place? Or is there anything that from this process you thought, oh, maybe we now need to lean more into that as well?
It's a really good question, Richard. And when we think about other elements, so for example, Dr. Graham being the SRO for education and learning, and that being a little bit further down the line, we will hear more CLE, the next CLE coming back to board. That is intrinsically handled with our research process. So you are right. So there are a bit of things that need to catch up, but we are aware of it, which is, I think, to your point. It's not the unknown. We know where we need to be, and it's then aligning all that, which will get us to good. Okay. Thank you.
Rachel, and then I'll make. Oh, Colin. Rachel, Colin, running out of 10 minutes in this bit.
Very quick, just a really specific question on safeguarding training for a man thing that's just closed. To understand why that directorate, in terms of
physical health,
disability, you're kind of, just into, because safeguarding training is obviously crucial, isn't it? I mean, it's a very blunt instrument. I completely understand that. For measure, and then there's something in there as well about safeguarding supervision and cascade. Because I'm just trying to understand, is there a specific issue with that directorate in terms of the safeguarding?
Yeah, there are some hotspot areas, which we are targeting, and it's multiple. So it's our approach to training and our electronic version. Also, that buy-in and the need to undertake our mandatory training, which we know we're doing a big piece of the organisation, but absolutely it's known by practitioner.
Well, I have a quick question then, but under pharmacy and counts, when it says requires improvements, there's like safe systems and pathways, learning culture, but some of the others are fairly specific about what they're going to do. So behind these, we need much more clarity on what they're going to really focus on, because it looks like some have gone into a lot of detail, a little bit more detail. And although they're good, it's just a check, they're not just ticking a box and repeating what was already there.
Yes, absolutely, Pauline. So we are developing it whilst we're doing this, but not to negate the importance of your point, because absolutely what you see here is other areas going into really great granular detail and other areas that feel quite broad brush, but we've been able to interrogate that. So what's here is not a reflection of the detail of conversation, but more around the self-assessment, but it definitely needs to follow through.
Yeah. I'm just worried that they're good, so I've been a little bit not going into depth to do. Right, thank you.
I'll hold to it.
Thank you. The effective? I'm not going to get through.
It's, well, I'll go at the end because it's joking.
Okay, we'll mop away there. Yeah, thank you. Let's go through. Effective. Steve, can you just give us a bit of an introduction?
Sure. And again, overall, we rated ourselves effective within the effective policy statements that have been applied against all 13 directorates. And I suppose we have applied the 13 directorates, which is why talking therapies is included within here. So just to make that point, because actually the CQC wouldn't assess us on that. But again, open to the conversation, I think is more important than reframing it to chair.
No, absolutely. Bill.
I'm going to simplify this to one question. Yeah. I think we have to be confident that consent processes across the trust are dead good. And so my question is, tell me about our confidence in consent processes. I do appreciate that applies to lots of things. It's not necessarily just a question that you could be to Jude and Dermot, but if you strip away the indicators, if your consent's not very good, it doesn't seem to me you can be effective. So I'm interested in our data points, to Dave's point, and our confidence about consent.
Sure. If I start off, so other colleagues would like to join in the conversation, certainly we can measure. It's what's measurable, isn't it, Toby? So, for example, in the mental health directorates, we assess consent treatment, which we know our compliance rate for section 62, which Dermot will be able to talk to. And we know that there is a strong framework in our children's care group in consenting to treatment. I think where we're in the RI space is around where people lack capacity.
Okay.
And we know that that's been a feature throughout the year around our capacity assessments and our work with local authority. Aware that our non-exec directors have recently done some training, which will have flushed perhaps some of the concerns that we have as an executive group about our consenting when people are lacking capacity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Dermot.
I mean, just on the subject of capacity, I think previous audits have perhaps suggested that, when we've done MCA1 assessments which are showing capacity problems, we've then not seen the expected number of MCA2 forms, which would then be the best interest decisions you'd expect to follow from those. And so I think there has been evidence that historically it's not something that we've done brilliantly. But there has been kind of an action plan put in place to try and remediate that. But I don't think that we'd be able to kind of see that come through yet to have that assurance. I wouldn't have the reassurance yet that has been successful. The other point I was going to make, I think it's, I suppose like coming back to some of the other things that we kind of mentioned in the safe domain. We've got all these kind of work streams kind of going on, in terms of policies, because we kind of recognise there was work to be done. And I think it's kind of important to recognise some of the work we're doing with HQTC kind of work stream in terms of standardising kind of the processes. At the moment, we have, every single ward essentially has different ways of operating, to different standards. I think it'd be hard for me to kind of say, we are providing high quality, effective care consistently on all of our wards, bearing in mind the lack of consistency. But again, there's things in training that I think will improve that. But we're at the start of that journey, not the end of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Dermot. That makes sense. Good.
So absolutely agree with what clinical policy said, but I guess I just add 2 points if that's all right. One, as we've done work at a board level in terms of dislocating the mental capacity out from the mental health act, and where we think about it and look at it, I think that helps us frame a lot of our capacity assessments are actually in the physical health field, not in the mental health field. So whilst absolutely agreeing that best interest assessments are really, really important, and with the risks that we hold in some of our mental health fields, actually the huge amount of capacity capacity assessments that go on. So it's like a bit of sports and other scans, doing other things, actually sit somewhere else. So part of the work around that, which the delivery was really helpful in discussing with our physical advocate, it was that some of this is a recording issue. So there's some changes that are being made to the system on recording tablets. So I suppose what that then leads back round to is we know that these are taking place. We don't know that they're always written down. If they're not written down, they're not always. You know, I think that's one of the issues.
Yeah, thank you, Julie. Okay, we've got through to Karen. I'll ask you to introduce it again, Steve. Anyone wish to raise any comments on this section? It's one where we usually do well, isn't it?
And I think as a board and organisation, this is where we're stretching to want to be in outstanding.
Yeah.
So benchmarking ourselves from the previous and where we are currently, we've determined that we are good within that. I didn't introduce it. I think it's really important to say that this is where we are stretching to go to outstanding. And as the chief executive report and update on the recent visit, also bearing in mind our mental health act inspection visits and not lending it solely on mental health, but I think it's important that this has been always commented on that we are providing very high compassion care.
Yes, Richard.
Absolutely, and I think the green stands out, but it needs to be bearing in mind what care opinion is saying. So the staff are seeing themselves as caring. It's definitely a recurrent theme is personalised care plan. Yeah, we've definitely got one, but the patient doesn't think they have. And I think it's definitely aspirational to move to outstanding. But I think that just like the honesty of requires improvement when people might say actually you're better than that, maybe not too congratulatory. It's a fine line, isn't it? You know, you do the caring 99.9% of the time. You are caring, but you can't get it 100% of the time. But don't think that getting to 95% is good enough. It sounds critical. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Hold that thought. Joe.
That was going to be my point actually, Richard. In the delivery reviews, a number of the care groups gave us some visuals from care opinion that gave you a feel for what the majority view were and what the minority view were, both important. There was a lot of evidence in there around that supports this, around caring and compassionate with patients. Of course, there's some areas for improvement, something around communication often, but it was quite overwhelming, and I think it's important that that comes out. Sometimes I think we over-rely on data that tells us how many people have filled in care opinions, as opposed to what they're telling us and how it supports each of these domains. I'm sure people have looked at that for this domain, so that what they're actually telling them.
Yeah, and we like Joe. But similarly, not all of the domains are from a data perspective. So some of the quality of care is seen and felt, and quality is often what happens when nobody's looking, isn't it? So when you think about caring and what people have observed, certainly on peer reviews, this has been a consistent, they're good.
So therefore, thinking about what we haven't got in this domain and how we wish to get to outstanding, I suppose I'd want to see culture of care coming through slightly more evidently. I know it was slightly out of sync in when this work was produced and all the rest of it, and I appreciate that only applies to the wards, but for example, and this is my point, I suppose, culture of care would suggest our ability to be caring in response to diverse needs isn't always fabulous. So, you know, and it feels to me if we're wanting to go the extra mile in this domain, which I'm a strong advocate for, that has to be for everybody that we see and differently, rather than this is what we do and then you're different, so we can't do it. So that's my first point. My second point, there was just a hint in this one for me in certain directorates. I mean, the people's intended actions seem to focus a little bit more on caring for staff. That's very important, but not this domain, rather than caring for patients. When I look at the actions people are planning to take, it's quite staff focused in places. And I hope our forward process can just provide a bit of challenge to that. That makes sense?
It does. I suppose last of the policy statements within caring makes reference to workforce welfare.
Fair point. I get that. And so if some of the planned actions are in that space, I get it.
But it should be.
But I felt it in Deborah's views as well. There was an element of people listing almost the work they were going to do anyway. Well, then what do we really need to kind of move forward on some of this? Yeah.
Yes. I see Bridge.
I'm going to just coming my piece now because I know this is sort of talking about. So I suppose it's to the point about it seems to be useful to draw out things, bundle things together. So there's a lot of activities and sort of individualised into teams. I'm wondering if there's something out there, action and looking for simplification as well, because some of it might be back to some basics or sort of getting it like this. Otherwise, there was a tendency to layer something on top of something else and so on. So I imagine you're already sort of thinking in this space. That would be one part for me. And the other is the reflection back in terms of we did have the RI to try to then look at, demonstrate visually how far we have come to now, and then full piece about how we're going to get to where we aspire to be, and when we think that might be visually in the master. So there I sort of cut a little bit across. We've got another domain one to look at, but I was hearing things out. So that was what I was going to just on table for it.
No, and I'd agree, yeah, that there are some real big ticket items for once that when it comes to care planning, risk assessment, training, supervision, and we've really flushed those out within the conversation. But the interesting bit we felt in delivery reviews as an exec group was that there was real ownership and buy-in from the senior leadership team and directorates that actually wanted to mine the data and detail into teams to provide that consistency.
The news actually, Steve. Well, I know Jude and then Rachel. And we've done the last.
Yeah, so I'm picking up a bit of the ownership in terms of what I work with the different spectrum of people that we work for. And sometimes people not bring to the front of their mind some things that we see that are absolutely outstanding. So, for example, the way the Children's Care Group engage new parents that live in diverse communities, who we know we've had stories here and we've looked at. They do it really, really well. That is a really good parent statement to bring through. But sometimes when we do self-assessments like this and other things, it's how the people like the CQC turn up. It's almost like you need to show everything that's not support. Or actually, we've got some outstanding services.
It's very good. You need to remember without being over confident. Yes, it is a balance. But we need to remember. So, Rachel.
Carry on the theme really just in terms of carers, about how strongly they come out of this. I don't think I've ever seen a review of any services where you haven't had carers talking about how they felt ignored and not listened to, and they've been raising these concerns for years. And I just think it'd be really useful for that to be thought about if we're doing that, to give examples of where we're doing that, because I know we've obviously got the Carers Network, but actually for people that have looked after somebody for years, it's about how we continue to co-produce that support for them.
That's very true.
Just if I could, Chair, so absolutely, Rachel's such a good point, and more than is pulled out with the data incident investigation theme. So it really features in the top 9 learning from incidents, which talks to the point around how we embed PSERP and Dr. Graham as SRO for the education and learning. At this point, part of that, so the incidents investigation forms part of where we're learning or not learning. And absolutely, so we spoke, for example, yesterday with the Children's Care Group around some of where there are longer waits than our target. and one of those was the incontinence service. So when you think about carers and that, and the poverty proofing of, until somebody is seen by an incontinence nurse, they are purchasing all the products until it's been prescribed. So just to that point, that's where we've really looked at the impact of carers and where we need to be able to get to good.
Thank you. And we'll just pop to the responsibility. Anything in more? Yes,
I was just drawn, I guess, with the HIPAA hat on, where we've talked and banged on about the absence of data and not knowing about equity of access and equity of outcomes. That 6 out of 13 say good on equity and access, and 8 say good on outcomes and experience when they don't know. So I found that there's some brilliant examples of good practice in there and lots of effort, but they don't know. So how can it be? It's always kind of not assessed at the moment. Is the truth of it? Am I being too harsh?
No, you're not. You're being really quite fair, Dave. I think in terms of some of the measures that we can use, we are working towards, of course, our patient-related outcome measures through Dialogue Plus, goal-based outcomes, which is DBO, or the recall, which is the quality of life outcome scale. So that will put us in a position where we can benchmark outcomes for people in our care, and actually, in that, and get us to good, possibly outstanding with that. We're doing that with children's as well. So children's are mandated to use a prompt, but we're embedding our promise within the whole of RDaSH, which shows and talks that consistent approach, which Kathy was talking about, some themes that we really need to embed. Also being, of course, around our responsiveness to people who are waiting for services from RDaSH, that no matter where your touch point is, that you will see forward. So we've got a clear direction.
Definitely momentum.
But we're not there, Dave.
But what would we need to see in July on the 2 equity of access, equity of outcomes? What do we want to see? Because part of the point of this paper is to understand when we have a final version next time. So I think we're actually looking for data to demonstrate equity of access.
Each director knows.
Okay.
Just been commented, we will see another version in July.
Well, I think that was the thought, because it's an iterative process, as Steve has said a number of times.
I mean, as we come to the close on this, I feel like, honestly, Steve, I like the structure of the report. I like the definition of each part of it. I like to understand what it actually means. I mean, sorry, thinking what responsive means and what that could be, but it was good to actually read what it is rather than be thinking I know what it is. Lots of what next. So, I think that was given the board.
Kathy, could I just give you my emotional reaction to it? Yeah. So 5 of 18 of us were in the room when the report plopped, which it refers to what happened in 2019.
Right, okay.
And when I read it, I was really encouraged that we're doing this. And then my heart sank. There's 130 odd lines on the improved CQC response. An inordinate amount of work going to trust the trust by existing and then new members of the board. And we're still standing over an RI trust. And I thought I should resign. I thought, what was the point of all the QC work that we all did? And all, so you kind of have a tumbling emotional moment. So I guess as we communicate it, as Kathy raised, we have to think about how do we stand over this? I then had my rational cut on, which was in the innovation part of our plans. We're still not absolutely sharp on our change methodology, what we do and how do we embed change, because there's some stuff like personalised care plans. We talked about 5 years ago, we were going to nail it, and we still kind of haven't embedded that. So there's something about how we do change that we need to positively embrace and a good authentic status report of where we are now. So it's that emotional reaction kind of thing was quite palpable for me, and I'm sure it will be for many, many people around the table and our testimony.
So much, I think, for those of us who are not here, David, that's a very good point to make, because I've not got that reference point back, if you see what I'm saying. Richard.
Yeah, I think the process itself is probably more important than the individual greens and yellows at the moment. And said earlier about everyday business, the fact that the staff are doing that assessment in itself is massive. The individual outcomes at this stage, it's first draft, but even when it comes back in July, I don't worry too much about where's this one gone to yet. In terms of CQC coming tomorrow, I feel, having seen this paper, I'm in a much better position to answer their questions than when there was a panic the week ago. Well, I thought I was in. So fully support. I think it's a great piece of work as a first draft.
Yeah.
Really support.
I think it is, but I've got Richard is after, and then we'll.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in on Dave's very helpful point, I think, in terms of 2019, because I think there's a danger that's playing out in the trust in the, well, 2019, we were told that we were pretty good, but now all the new lot are coming in, stirring it pot and telling us that we're not good. So I think it's a really important thing to note. I suppose 2019 was a while ago, 6 years ago. I think we've had a very rushed CQC, which I think is more about, oh God, we haven't done it for 6 years kind of thing. And the methodology is changing. But I think I genuinely think that we have to collectively say we're really looking into things more deeply. So when I started asking about waiting lists, it's we don't do that here. But the CQC said, oh, you're fine. So not to minute this, but I would suggest that the CQC was perhaps a bit flawed in 2019. So again, not taking that for real. But I think the bit I want to make sure is I think we've got to support teams not to compare themselves to 2019.
Yes.
I think what they've got to do is, what do we think is happening to our patients today? Keep going back to 2019, but the emotional response, which I think is a really important point, but actually it then plays itself out a bit. So we as a board with new and our rules and whatever have to work that through together, I think. So your point was really, really well made. That's but yeah.
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah, I was just point around the sort of thing. I'm really encouraged by what some delivery reviews in terms of how teams have embraced the methodology, and also going into it thinking about people being pessimistic, optimistic, or whereabouts of they pitch their assessment. Really, it's really encouraging to see from the review that your team have done that there's not been many that have moved in terms of the original scores that they assigned themselves. So I think it was really positive to see that this week. Part of the delivery review conversation, how the director team and SLT and group that really all of it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think I was around then, and I haven't had the same emotional response today. And I'm just thinking to myself, why is that? And I think there's two reasons. I think one is that
Dave's not.
Dave's one.
I'm teasing you.
I think, the last 5 years have been traumatic. We've been through a global pandemic where a lot of our improvement work just had to stop. And I think it's taken a lot to recover from that. I think the financial challenges are challenging, even more than we thought they were in 2019. And I do think that all of that has also had an impact on our communities, and that our services are dealing with much more complex and challenging patients and situations. So I think that, I don't feel we've stood still. I think we've been through a very traumatic period. On reflection of how did we respond to the CQC report back in that time with a different leadership, which I'm part of, I think we took quite a traditional approach of here's an action plan of 100 and something things, tick, we've done it, and we'll check it again in 6 months, great, off we go. And I don't think that was robust enough to get into the depth that we've done here. And even since we last received some reports on this to the board a couple of years ago, the robustness of the assessment is miles ahead, because the last stuff is very process driven, and no one's interested in process, they're interested in it. So I think that's where I feel that we're at. And I think context is quite important, not to excuse that there's some things we probably should have moved a bit more on, but it's been a really unusual 5 years. Thank you.
Good points. Maria?
Yeah, I just want to pick on something that Richard said actually about not comparing themselves to others. I really don't be able to compare themselves to others. And when the shared learning really, because when I looked at the list, I've been thinking there's so much difference and actually no difference down the road, so about, which is different individuals. There must be some shared learning that can be taken from one team to the next. One that jumps out to me is, and anything to do with best will always jump out to me. If I then say office space for neurodivergent colleagues, well, neurodivergent people walk amongst us all, not just in math. So if it works there, it would work elsewhere, but it would also work for patients, what it for staff, whereas the safe space for patients as well. So I just wondered if the teams are all seeing this and then they're doing that and that would be for us, we could do it here or we could do it slightly differently for, yeah.
Yes,
So I think really important point, Maria, and our next step. So the check and challenge that took place provided some of that on a kind of smaller, hyper-local scale. The next steps and what we're planning, so certainly in the next 3 weeks, there's a time to show. So care groups, directorates are providing an update and really kind of sharing what they're doing. I think it was previously called time to shine in the organisation, but we felt it was time to show. So for that point, they'll share and show what they're doing. But we're certainly thinking about when we come back to July here at board, because this has been self-rated. So if we can provide some in-practice check and challenge, so there's peer review against the directorates, so they actually go and see as well and feel it, because that's what, of course, the CQC and most important patients and carers do, is they feel the service. So we think that that's an important next step.
Thank you. So can we briefly know the report? Thanks, Steve, because I didn't actually think we have lots of information in an easily digestible format. And I acknowledge that we have work to do as where that work is to do, and we will receive further updates in July. And we'll look forward to that. I do think this is as the report has given me for that, yeah, actually we are moving to where we need to be with CQC reports and indeed, as Richard said, it's about what we're delivering as much as passing an inspection. I think that is really important that we see as this is our business for staff and patients, not just do we tick the box when we expect us to.
Absolutely.
It's important, please.
And when we see the report land in the summer, it may be interesting to come back and revisit where we self-assess, because we've done this around the same time, checking.
Yeah, true. Yeah, take a point on that, Steve. Thank you. So we can we agree to receive that and look forward to the July report. Thank you. And we will move to James. This is item 17, which is the meeting to speak of the policy and there's, if you don't take anything about that, puts the guardian on the issue to present his report.
Thanks.
Hi everyone. Sorry, my laptop's just cut out right for a second.
It's all in your head, James.
Got it memorized.
Yeah, you got 3 minutes. If you could sing it, that'd be great.
So yes, this is the biannual FDSU report. Yeah, this is the biannual FDSU report. It will, or it has gone through FDSU activities and impact in foster and safe and transparent learning, which are within RDaSH. It goes through needs and concerns, themes, learning improvements, staff survey results, what's coming up for FDSU within the coming year. Any insights and feedback from the FDSU feedback that we get via the feedback mechanism that's been set up. The NGO 2025 recruitment framework, which talks about me and role and what we need to be looking at as a trust that have been set by the NGO, and it's around standardising our NHS trust recruit and support FDSU guardians. Visibility of the guardian, any recommendations. So yeah, that's the gist of it all. I'm happy to answer any questions or get into a discussion with anybody. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you, James. Rachel, do you want to kick us off? Okay.
Yeah, yes, thank you. So really good to see the report. Really good to see that people are using the process, which obviously we want them to do. It'd be awful if we didn't have one, wouldn't it? We'd realise we've got a real culture issue. Speaking of.
Definitely.
So really good to see the champions and that network expanding, and the feedback once people have been through the process is brilliant in terms of how they felt been listened to. One of the things which I found really interesting was the themes.
Yeah.
And obviously freedom to speak up is primarily about safety, and people can speak up about that. So it was just a suggestion in terms of those themes.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that they're all intermingled.
Yeah.
But whether there's more we could be doing to direct people to other sources if they have a concern that really shouldn't be discussed within this process. Carlene's nodding. You have a really good, in the appendices, this is what freedom to speak up is.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's an opportunity to put a little bit more in there to say, if it is about this, then it isn't freedom to speak up.
Yeah.
That's good idea.
I could answer on a couple of thoughts that I've got around that. I sort of agree with your own title notes, maybe as communication around what's available and where people do communicate a lot to people around the correct escalation routes that they've got available. When people come to me, I've had those conversations with them, sometimes more than once, and they're really not comfortable doing that when they're at the stage of wanting to raise an FDSU concern. And as the guardian, I don't really want to communicate to people that they shouldn't be coming to me and escalating things. It's what they're saying is almost not that it's not irrelevant, that it's irrelevant, but I want to sort of foster that where they want to come and speak to me about problems that they've got. So I don't want the communication to be, don't come to me, go to this person. I just need to think about how we do that properly. That's an answer as such.
Yes, I'll bring Jude and Joe in, but certainly Rachel and I have had a conversation, and this isn't uncommon to put together. End up receiving a lot of complaints that we can go through a trade union procedure or grievance procedure or whatever procedure it is. And I do think we need to just make sure that FTSE is doing what you should be doing in other people's work, James.
I understand that.
It's that, Jude.
Yeah, so if I can comment in on that point as well, and I really feel with James in terms of exactly what you're saying, and I've been previously with the Guardian as well. The whole nature of commit steps was that you have to listen and then potentially signpost to a different process. Yeah. Because if you don't listen, you're missing. And we've certainly had speed books where people have come for it's got to do with the brand space. And then when you've got underneath it, actually, it's really, really obvious that it's speak up. Like a really non-confidential one was when somebody raised about one of our signs being spelt wrong, which sounds really, really odd that you would bring that through to speak up, but then it actually linked in the carer's not been able to get to the right one because if you put the spelling in wrong, this happened. Equally has not been able to mine data and stuff. So actually had a really strong safety component. But if you did just read, I want to complain as a size spot and nobody's listening, you'd think, well, can you go and see the estates department? Or something like that. Yeah. And so we don't want to dismiss something that would naturally sometimes go a bit, so you just need to figure it. That said, absolutely understand sometimes if people have a response that is sometimes it's like it does sometimes come through a process for different reasons, and I suppose it's just on case by case basis because the nature of freedom to speak up is it was set up like that. And I do really appreciate, as I know James does as well, this is the national contention about freedom to speak up because in theory we shouldn't need it, but we do.
No,
and so that's why.
Can I take Joe and Toby? I'll bring you back in at the end, Joe. If that's okay. Joe.
Yeah, I think 2 points. I guess there is the ability to do an anonymous freedom to speak up, isn't there? That often is what drives people to go through that route as opposed to an HR route where they need to put their name to it's a grievance or whatever, which tells us something else about the culture that we have that we need to kick up on. My question is in relation to the staff survey, questions 25E and F. Have we broken those results down by protected characteristics? Because I know when we did the reverse monitoring, certainly with the colleagues from our global majority, we were picking up that people from particular protected characteristics felt even less able and confident to use the freedom to speak up process. So I just wondered if we've broken that down and does that show anything any different?
We've broken down the questions across all of the directorates and then across the protected characteristics across staff groups. So whichever way we have the functionality to be able to mine the data, we have done that.
Does it show any difference?
To double check off the top of my head, I don't believe it does, but I will come back and confirm that.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Good point. Toby.
So first of all, I think you're doing a really good job. And I'd like you to hear that. Okay. And I think the fact that we've got more for 2 issues is probably a positive thing. And you play a part in people feeling that they have some confidence. And I think the fact that we had people in Trust Matters who were prepared to kind of put their face and their name to that is a big deal. There aren't that many trusts where we've got to that point, I don't think. So I think that's hugely positive. For myself, and I hear the points about people, finding the wrong space to reach into, but my focus, I suppose, is going to be with you on the pace by which we turn things around. Because I think even if you find yourself in the wrong place, if in 4 weeks you can get an answer, whether it's through your curating or through HR, then things haven't festered. And I think that sense of not having things, because I'm particularly looking at the things that really featured, a lot of them are team dynamics, lack of support, management fatigue, all of those. None of those things are easy, but all of them are things that get worse with time. So I guess if there was a shared endeavour for myself, I'd want managers and leaders and yourself to work through what we could do. You're not to rush people through, but to be pretty confident that within a month, you get a response, even if it's a response that isn't going to satisfy you, because some people are going to raise things that we cannot satisfy them with. Am I making any sense?
You are, yeah.
And then the final thing, and forgive me if this is in a previous report, I bet it is, I would find it valuable to see our 96 compared to other similar trusts. Because I have been chief executive of a trust where we had too few FTSEs compared to other people. Then we had too many. I'm not sure it's a useful variable, but it's a variable other people will look at. So linking back to Steve's item, we need to know whether 96 is the biggest mental health community trust FTSE load in the country or not. Does that make sense? It's not the most important thing, but we do need to know that because somebody else will be reading a lot into our number versus someone else's number.
It is on the biannual pod report.
Not problem. Okay, don't worry, other people have got it. And if we're not standing out, but equally we're not standing out as too few, then smash them. But the big point is about our ability, and it's team sport, it's not on you, to turn things around inside that 4 weeks. That feels important.
Just on your point about turnaround the concerns, I think radar coming in will aid with that as well, because it will give ownership around, this is your concern to sort of manage rather than me going in and saying, have you done this? What's going on with this? Have you been in contact with this individual?
Yeah.
They will then manage that themselves and give me feedback.
Yeah.
It will automate some of what I do in as much as chasing people on the things. So I think that will help massively. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you, James. I'll take Richard and Kathy, and then we'll go.
Thanks, Emily. Really good stuff. Just purely, any evidence of vexatious reporting to you?
That's a really good question. No is the short answer to that. The work that I'm doing around detriment and adverse, it's going to be called something along the lines of adverse effects from raising concerns. So I'm trying to get the words down a little bit. It talks a little bit about vexatious claims within that. I wouldn't get involved in discussions around that. If people have evidence to say that there is a vexatious claim, then the advice the SOP gives is to have a discussion with HR support around that. But short answer is I haven't seen anything like that. We have had instances of people feeling like they've suffered as a result of raising concerns. But again, not many when compared to some of the trusts. But yeah. There was one thing I just wanted to say around sort of managers training as well, going back to one of the earlier points. I think if we get the culture right within your mid to senior level managers around how they respond when people come to me with a problem, because there's really good examples of people responding, but then there's examples where we're not really there. So I'm doing some training on the pathway learning every month aimed at the mid-level to senior managers around what do I do if somebody raises a concern about where I work, about me, about a member of my team, and how do I respond? What's the support within the trust? So I think that will help.
I'm sure that will. James, thank you. Kathy, Richard, June, and I am.
Thanks. So just three small points really. First one, I did send Phil something because audit chairs that I've been involved in as a group have been signposted to a recent publication, which is recognising and responding to warning signs of the defective audits. And it relates to not just freedom to speak up, but also to the pieces of places of feedback that we get on non-sectors or discussions, patients, clients, whatever. And the outcome of them, it's produced by Digital Signs of Public Life. It's obviously big tickets, but the things the same that you just referred to, your stats, somebody and people always knew, it was always known. So first of all, we've got to be able to hear, we've got to be able to find, and we've got to be able to respond. So that's background that's come up recently. I will also say that in looking at TSU just recently elsewhere, they've also looked at it was a bit strong really, but it's also the person spoken up about making sure that policies and HR policies are supportive environment. And that would be a very nice thing, that things were directed to you, Steve, if they were about, did it say patient safety or something like that? And I just wondered whether those are the filters through, where they filter through into, presumably you filter somewhere.
Yeah. Can we take all the questions and then we'll ask people to come back? Jude?
I'd like to make 2 points and then we can come back on one of the things that Kim said. So I think there's also emphasising some of the stuff that James has done to broaden who we see as our people, and certainly when we've grown volunteers and also peers and make sure that they are included and also widened when people have information. So, for example, a conversation that was done with our witness who, although we want to figure out as a guardian, we all volunteer to speak up.
Governor's really good at that session. Do you know a lot of really good feedback on government?
It's so good to hear because it's so important. I guess the second thing in terms of vexatious, there's a real role that it's also had in this where it's really difficult because there are some people that are dissatisfied by a result or an outcome, and there is some imperfect outcomes. But that's why we're always there, and James has regular communication with them, and there is that independent part around that. But it's just really hard framing into about it. It also sits with the hard about whistleblowing, which actually is a much debated terminology. And then the third thing is like coming back. You've asked about roles and responsibilities. It's a really helpful document, just because I'm a bit of a nerd, that we it was published by NHS England, and also it was joined up with CQC and National Guardians that talks about roles and responsibilities of different board members, and therefore I can James can make sure it's part of the
Richard.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Two very quick points. One, just to further add to Toby's comments. James walks a very, very difficult line, and the teams genuinely like him. They really do. But he's really connected to the executives as well and bringing us things. So, but that's a very difficult line to follow. So, it's that. The third bit, so we're looking at themes, which is really helpful. We're looking at time. That's the third space, I think, there. And we might want to think about this when clusters come up. So, for example, when we changed the older age adult questioning, there was a cluster. That was in relation to a change, and so we could use that opportunity. Or the other way is a cluster around a particular team. I suppose you know, teams and dog. So, but that's helpful. So we don't. If you just look at it like that. And I think when there's clustering, we're starting to use that as well in additional ways as well, James. So that might be something like hotspots or something.
Yeah,
That's really through.
Absolutely.
She's given me the, just really quickly, given that we'll have 10% of our equivalent to 10% of our workforce will be volunteers and increasing peer support, is it open to those? Sorry, that's my ignorance. I didn't know. Jude's already nodding, done.
Yeah.
But it may need to feel a bit more open than it does at the moment.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm well aware that James does a very good job. It's not the easiest job in the world by any stretch of any imagination line, but he does a really good job. I just don't want to exclude him. And it is quite subtle to make sure that the freedom to speak up rules supported, that people have that freedom to speak up. But you're not using freedom to speak up for things that have an obvious HR route. And I know people like to be anonymous. And one of the things I'm used to seeing in other places is not only do we get the comparative between the number of FTSE complaints, but in fact how many were anonymous. Because if you're getting lots of anonymous ones, it does tell you something, whereas if most of them are not anonymous, then you think, oh, well, these people are confident in raising access.
So there's the fact that 44% of our people don't have confidence if they raise a concern, we do something about it. It's probably a data point. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So with that in mind, we haven't noted the work undertaken, lots of work, James, thank you. Obviously, Trust People Council will continue to work on the trust culture, which comes out of this episode of 2 weeks ago. And obviously, board members themselves, how we best support and champion freedom to speak up, because that's important. Rachel, but people don't actually say lead non-exec, but it's down to us all to champion this. It's not just Rachel's job, it's everybody's job. And with that in mind, thank you, James, for attending. If you'd like to stay, you're more than welcome. Thank you. Anything to do with your life, then
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you. Can I quickly move to agenda item 18, which is the formal approval of the Quality and Safety Plan on the Equity and Inclusion Plan. You've seen these a lot, and They've been in various places, various forums, so I'm going to hand over to Toby. Then quickly to Dave and Richard, because they will be, as chairs of the relevant committees, responsible for focusing on the delivery, I suppose, of these plans. So,
Yeah, conscious that this is the item before the patient story before lunch, so I you know, don't want to rush it, but equally, as you say, people have had quite a lot of opportunity to comment. Hopefully, some of the comments are made at PIPA with where it is possible to adjust the wording. Maria have not all of it, because some of it isn't possible to adjust the wording. So, for example, the grouping together of mental health, learning disability, and autism, I think is not just an institutional but an NHS thing. So, I think the 2 points, therefore, Chair, I wanted to make are: one, that delivering these 2 plans requires us to change stuff. And although that's possibly patently obvious, it needs consistently reinforcing when we work with people. Because if we think of the cycle of other things we've chosen corporately to do, that there is a cycle that goes something like, okay, I understand what you're saying. How do I take what I'm doing at the moment and wrap it in the thing you just said to me, as distinct from, oh, I recognise this is asking me to change. And that leads to the second point, which is, I think, the most important thing as a board, perhaps for committees and in that committee chairs, is that we're in approving these, assuming we do in a sec, we're choosing these things, not other things that might sound a bit like quality and safety, or other things that sound a bit like equity and inclusion. And if I use the equity and inclusion example, those of us that have been through the journey with the CLE sub and so on, that is quite hard. Okay, so let me give a very tangible example. I want to focus on equity in terms of talking therapies. No, that's smashing. We do too. The promise is about older adults. I want to focus on equity in terms of talk. No, do the older adults one, and then we'll come to the other stuff. Now that logic applies too to the quality and safety plan. We're going to do those things, not the list of 130 other things, if we reference back. And I guess the obligation on us as board members is to act as guardians of that choice, because otherwise both of these subjects are vast and become overwhelming or tokenistic. So in approving them, I would encourage people to recognise that that is the choice. In the case of the E&I plan, I think it's the work we're doing already. In the case of the quality and safety plan, I think it's different work. And Richard has already referenced fundamental changes to our quality and safety system to acknowledge that. So I think we're well set, even if it's taken us the best part 2 years to get here, which is on me. So over to committee chair colleagues if they wanted to add anything.
It has taken us 2 years, but I really enjoyed reading the book. I did. It was a good read, and I thought, well, it might take a while, but Richard, off first.
Thanks, Toby. I've seen lots of plans over the years in CCGs and PCTs that have got lots of group thought and the usual NHS platitudes, and this is different. And then just reference really to page 11 in Toby's report, which is the getting things done bits. In one page, it says more than thousands of pages that I've been subjected to over the years. And it is different. It's a different way of working that CQC might not find as easy for them to approach, but I really enjoyed reading it. I think seeing it in evolution just in the year I've been here, it's a very good piece of work, and I commend it.
And also off the basis of your agendas going forward, won't it?
Absolutely. Steve's got 4 done already. We're getting there.
Dave, trying to get the equity and inclusion plan plugged on into your round.
Couple 3 times, isn't it? So the committee was supportive. There were some builds. As ever, we keep seeing different things, which I think is the nature of it, but the essence hasn't changed. And there was a highly supportive conversation. So some of the things to talk about change was
once we've done some of what might look like basic but are incredibly hard things to do, how do we just embed it as outcomes within the bloodstream of the organisation?
Yeah.
But you've got to do the first things first. That consultants do.
Could I simply ask, has anyone got anything within these two reports that they wish to approve? I mean, it's easy perhaps to start from that space rather than simply go around through everybody agree. We all want to, you see, we are, because we have seen these before, certain committees have seen before. Can we approve both plans and delegate to the quality committee, having asked the relevant committees to have oversight, the approval of the final list of all those measures, which is still to come, Richard?
Yes, if people were looking for Appendix A, it's just
delivered in open.
And as we will require adaptation of routine governance reporting from quarter two to provide the board with regular visibility on progress with non-promise related elements of these plans. It's the promise related stuff. The promise. We've got. So can we agree on that? Thank you. Yeah, good. Yes, Maria.
Just one area of language again that I didn't raise previously, but I just wanted to have a think about, and it's the word inclusion. So this trust is ahead, isn't it, that we're not something quite to talk about, so we're talking inclusion. But one of my colleagues I've worked with for years, and she's a fabulous woman, she's done an article in the BMJ, and just read me paragraph that talks about inclusion, which as long as we know, I don't know. I'd just like to reflect, and this is about anti-racism, it applies across the. I'd like to reflect on my kind of words we use to express anti-racism in our institutions of the matter. Diversity and inclusion imply charity from a position of power and superiority. They give the impression that the group who is opening the door to diversify and include us still hold the key. The point of anti-racism is they should not be a key in the first place. The door should be wide open to us. Clubs with locked doors should not exist in every society. Once that's achieved, the natural result of equity is diversity. It's the end, it's not the means. And it's just such a key word in the title, isn't it? The inclusion, and you know, probably a big change to make, but I just wanted to think about it moving forward. As to whether you that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We agreed. Thank you. And we will go to the patient story. Before we do, patient story is actually it's about human trafficking and modern slavery, which you'll see. It is purely a video. It runs for about 20 minutes. I'm not going to take questions again. It is my break for lunch, so that gives you some space. For some people, this might be very difficult. We're not used to. So to the non-executive standing, please do not worry if you are emotionally affected by this video. Some people are affected in different ways to others. Nothing wrong with however you emotionally respond to this. You might need a bit of quiet time at lunch, you might need a breath of fresh air, you might need friend, you might have done this, you've adjusted to it and you've dealt with these topics. There's nothing wrong with any of that. But we will break the lunch immediately you've seen it, and then we'll take questions or comments into the private section. And I'm that's it. If anybody else is in that position, should be careful about it.
The following film that you're about to see has been produced with a person who has lived experience of human trafficking and modern slavery. Their foster parent has also contributed. In order to protect the identity of the person who has shared their story, their words will be used, but an actor will frame their answers. Some of the film's content and supporting information is disturbing, and therefore there is both the option not to watch the film or to utilise the resources that will be listed at the end of this film if you are affected by the experiences discussed. So thank you ever so much for agreeing to share your story with us. I wonder if I can ask you first to tell us a little bit about your experience coming to the UK.
I travelled to the UK from Eritrea. Eritrea is a small country on the Horn of Africa. Not many people have heard of it. It's not a good country. There's a dictator that runs the country. The people that live there are lovely people. But when we're 14 or 15, whether you're a girl or a boy, you're conscripted into the military and you will stay in the military for the whole of your life. My dad died while he was in the military. My brother died when he was in the military. So as soon as I got my papers when I was 14, I left Eritrea. Lots and lots of people my age leave Eritrea. I travelled through a lot of countries to get to the UK. I was sold as a slave in Libya. It was really, really, really difficult when I was in Libya. Didn't think I was going to get out of Libya alive. I saw a lot of bad things, and a lot of bad things happened to me when I was there. On my journey, I met lots of kind people, but I also met lots of bad people. When I left Libya and was moved across Europe, because I didn't choose the places I went to, I was moved by people who had bought me. I was put in the back of a lorry and I arrived in the UK. I remember it when I came to the UK because it was really, really, really cold. I'd never seen snow or ice or anything like that before, and I was really, really, really cold. I arrived and all I had was what I was wearing, which was a pair of shorts and a t-shirt and some flip-flops. I was really lucky when I came to the UK. Because of my age, I was still a child and I was put into foster care. And I've stayed with my foster family, even though I'm grown up now. My English mum, she says that I'm her second son now, second boy that she never had. And although I've got a really nice English family, I still miss my mum every single day. And no matter how good life is, I would give anything to go back and see her again.
Absolutely. Family is so important, whether it's the ones who birth us or the ones that support us as well. Thank you for sharing that. I wonder if you can tell us a little bit about your experiences of accessing different services since you've been in the UK. And that might be health services or finance services, migration or the police.
Okay, so when I arrived in the UK, I was really sick. I didn't know how sick I was, and I didn't know what was wrong with me. I know now what was wrong with me because when I came, I didn't speak English, so I didn't really understand what was being said to me or what was wrong with me. So I had what they told me was TB, and I also had hepatitis B, and I was also malnourished because I'd not been fed properly on the journey. So I did spend a lot of time in hospital when I first came, and I needed an interpreter. So some interpreters were good, some interpreters weren't so good, but they did help me to understand what was happening to me. I'd never been to a doctor's before because in Eritrea, if I was sick, my mum would go out into the fields or into the forest and she would collect leaves and plants and she would make the medicine that we needed to make us better. So it was really strange when I went to the hospital, and I had to trust people that what they were doing was the right thing for me. My solicitor, I spent a lot of time with my solicitor. She was really, really, really good and really helpful and helped me with my asylum claim. Everybody in the Home Office was really, really, really helpful. And I know lots of people say that the people in the Home Office aren't always helpful, but I found them to be really, really, really helpful. I was scared, and I'm still scared of the police, because I've seen police do bad things to people. I saw them do lots of bad things to people in Libya and in other places. So I still find it difficult if I see the police. And the other thing was that because I was a child, I was really lucky, and as soon as I was well enough, I started to go to college. So that helped me really, really immensely. It helped me because I studied for my GCSE in English and in maths. So I was really, really, really lucky that I was able to go to college. One of the other things that was quite difficult to start with was to get a bank account. And I don't think people realise how difficult it is to get a bank account when you arrive. But I eventually got that sorted. So on the whole, everybody's been really, really, really helpful.
Thank you. And in terms of your foster carer, I'm going to ask now if you've got anything else you want to comment around what's just been said about the experience.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult for people to understand what children have experienced, the trauma that they've experienced. I think that people forget that for a number of years they've had no parenting at all. So can you imagine putting your own 14-year-old out into the most brutal of conditions and expect them to come out without having any difficulties at all? I think we absolutely underestimate the fact that these young people need nurturing and supporting and loving and caring in the same way as our own children. So just because somebody is 16 or 17 doesn't mean that they've had the same life experience as our own children. So we've got to educate and support and nurture.
Thank you ever so much. Thank you. So I wonder whether you can tell us about what your life is like now, thinking about both the positives and also maybe the not so positives.
Yeah, I've got a really good life now. I've got a permanent job, which I really, really, really enjoy doing. And I'm saving all my money to get a deposit to buy my own house. That's what I want to do in the future. I've learnt to drive. I've got my own car. I've got lots of friends. Some of them are from Eritrea. Some of them are from other countries. Because I speak good English and I can read and write good English now, then I help others that come from Eritrea to fill their documents in or translate for them, or sometimes in work, I help when they're doing their induction. So I'm giving back what I've learnt. I was really shy using English, and people used to think that I couldn't understand, but I understood absolutely everything that people were saying to me. It's just that I was really, really, really shy. So at times I've heard people make really bad comments about people who come to this country, and they've talked about me and other people when they think I don't understand, but I understand absolutely perfectly what's being said. That we come here, that we want a free house, that we don't want to work, that we don't want to integrate into the community. I've worked really, really, really hard, and my English family have supported me to integrate into the community, and I'm really proud of what I've done. So I think sometimes instead of people imagining what's happening, they should ask me, and I'll tell them what's happened.
Absolutely.
So I do still find things really stressful from time to time. So last year, my brother was kidnapped when he was taken to Libya. I tried to tell him not to leave Eritrea, that it's dangerous, that I tried to tell him some of the bad things that happened to me, but he decided that he wanted to leave. The traffickers got in touch with me and they wanted money to free him. So I sent him all the money that I'd saved. I sent $15,000. And then a week later, I got a photograph of my brother dead in a grave with lots and lots of other people. So that I see that all the time. I see him dead and I think about what could have happened to me. So that does make me unwell from time to time. And it means that I find it hard to get out of bed. I find it hard to talk to people. But the people that I work for now, they understand and they're really helpful. So I've been able to keep my job, and because they're understanding of what makes me unwell. So it would be difficult if people didn't understand.
So thank you ever so much for talking about that. And I'm really, really sorry to hear about your brother. And I think also the other point is some people don't always think about the fact that trauma still goes on. You know, you're here, but you do have a family that are experiencing some of the things you did as well.
I still sometimes see things and smell things, and they remind me of the bad times. And I'll see things and I'll smell things, and it will remind me of what I'm missing from my home. So, you know, it can be hard from time to time. But I've been really lucky that I've been on holiday to different places, and my English mum took me to Ethiopia to see my family 2 years ago, and then I went to my brother's wedding. So although I didn't want to leave my family again, I knew that I had no choice. But it was so nice to see them, and they could see that I was alive and that I as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So just another couple of questions for you, if that's okay. So the first one is, can you tell us about the most helpful healthcare contact that you had that you remember?
The most helpful people were the people in the hospital.
Okay.
When I was really not very well at all.
Yeah.
And they were all very kind, and they helped make me strong again.
Yeah.
And they gave me nice food, and the place was clean, and it was warm, and I knew that I was safe.
Safe, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. And the last question, if that's okay, is we always want to learn and get better as a health service, and also we work with partners to improve as well. So I wonder if you can tell us about what we might do as a care partner, as a person working with people who might have had similar experiences to you, to make things better.
I think one of the things that would be really helpful is that when you arrive in the UK from countries that have different ways of offering health care to people, when I came, I thought I had to go to the hospital or to the doctor if I had a headache.
Yeah.
So if we were told when we came that you don't need to go to the hospital, that you don't need to go to the doctor, that you can actually go to the pharmacist, or you can go to the supermarket and you can buy a tablet in a box, that would be so helpful that you wouldn't have to worry, am I getting really, really, really sick because I can't see a doctor, or I can't go to the hospital. You can just go to the shop and you can buy something and it'll help make you feel better. So I think that would be really useful if that information was available in people's language that they understand, or if it was available on a recording for people, because lots of young people leave the country and they've never had any education, so they can't read and write. So there isn't any point in giving somebody something that's written in your language if you can't read and write it.
No. Is there anything else you think we might do?
I think what would be really helpful is if you don't understand what I've been through, then if you ask me, I will give you some information that might help you understand. And please don't believe everything that you see on social media, because it is not easy leaving your family, and it is not easy living with no food and being kidnapped and being hurt by adults.
Yeah. Thank you ever so much for sharing your story. Really, this will help us learn. Thank you from the whole board. Thank you for taking the time to watch this short film. We hope it has been informative and you have taken something away from it, whether you work in healthcare or whether you mix with different people within the society you live. If, however, you have been adversely affected by any of the themes that we have discussed, please do seek help, and some of the agencies that can help you will be available at the end of this film. Thank you for watching.
Can we start the afternoon session? We'll start with agenda item 20 on serious patient safety incidents, good data and learning. Steve, back to you.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, everybody. For again, hearing this paper for the second time, the standard it needs to be acknowledged of the previous paper, March, was not to the expected level that the board requires, and as such, the challenge was fair and appropriate. So to date's point, at the last board meeting, there were a number of outstanding patient safety investigations that hadn't been closed. Given the point of the year, we have certainly served a paper here which I have a lot more confidence in terms of learning from the 18 patient safety investigations, commonly referred to as PSIIs. The reason why the 19 PSII is not contained within here is because it is subject still currently to an ongoing police investigation, which is currently scheduled in Crown Court. What this paper does is bring all of the incidents within the time frame and the piece of closure, which our Chief Executive's report contained within the appendices, that we will conclude all our incident investigations at the most extreme harm in 50 days, which that demonstrates that since our update in March, that we have closed all 18 incidents with the ability to share and learning. The report picks out 9 key areas where we need to take that learning forward, and a number of those key areas, as Rachel alluded to, was very clear around care and family involvement, one of the 9 key areas, but also links to the National Confidential Inquiries into Suicide and Self-Harm. So the 10 ways of providing safe care. We were relying on a number of 9 key themes that we see national as well. The narrative why this the summary describes suspected suicide as reported, because a number of the incidents are still subject to coroner's inquest. That said, we have shared the learning, because what is not acceptable is that we keep families, carers waiting for an excessive period of time to bring closure, but also as an organisation to certainly learn the lessons as close to the incident happening as is possible. I'll pause there, Chair.
Yes. The reports support you, and I'm sure I agree with you, Steve. This is This is very much a good report. Thank you for that. The incidents are detailed. You about to see what we open to question.
I just echo but I think it's a really strong report. Thank you for doing it that way.
I guess the observation as I sat back up there was I wasn't sure whether these were all incidents that were of the avoidable nature that they are kind of, if you like in quality terms, you get runners, repeaters and strangers. Runners are the things that should go all the way through the organisation each and every time, and we know how to deal with that patient. The repeaters are problematic, complex cases, but they're still quite predictable. And then the strangers are the ones that are just really off the scale, difficult, complex one-offs. And I didn't know whether there was a theme in there that these were all in the stranger category or all actually in the runner category. Not meant to be disparaging in any way to a patient about that, but would you describe them as normalised events where we've just gone wrong on the normal, or are they things where it's gone wrong on the extraordinary?
And I think the answer for that is probably a combination of both. So there are certainly the consistent themes around communication, care plan, risk assessment, involvement in family, but then there are some real anomalies where we just wouldn't have been able to predict or stop that. But as an organisation, we've been contributory into this, not a single cause. David, if that makes sense, yeah. No, I thought it was really good. So.
Yes, welcome the papers, Steve. It's difficult reading, and I think it's important for people to put this in the context of the total number of contacts that we have in a year. Because if you go down this and you just think suicide missed, suicide could have, it makes you feel really quite anxious and depressed. But it, in terms of has something gone wrong, sometimes actually no, even though there might be failures of documentation or communication. It's one of, I don't know if the figures have changed, but when I was much younger, we were told that 40% of people see a healthcare professional in the week of their suicide. I think that figure still holds. It is an unfortunate fact of life that we don't always identify people who are going to have parasuicide or successful suicide. And if you then put that in the water coming on to out of area providers, the doctor who is there at 2 in the morning wanting to protect themselves from the potential of all the upset that goes with it, wants to admit someone to a bed, and yet we're going to produce an environment which is rightly going to challenge that. Just as a clinician, it's a horrible place to be in. As a GP, we didn't used to have access to crisis, and when that came in, and we could ring someone at 4 o'clock on a Friday and know that they would get an acute crisis assessment, the relief on a personal level, that you could actually go home the rest of the weekend, you could know someone else was living in, whereas before it was, I think they're okay, but I'm not sure. And then Monday morning, you would actually come in and scramble through to check there was nothing had come in out of them. So there's lessons, the 9 summaries are brilliant, and oftentimes they're what's going to protect you against a legal suit, which is anything else. So it's good for you as a doctor or a mental health nurse to document these things. But this is the worst part of the job that I've done, being missing and suicide.
And to that point, Sheriff, I was just so, are you feeling like I know each people's contact with our organisation intimately when I think about Kelly or Karen, so Kelly who had a young family, life following, really struggling with physical health, skin conditions, and the impact of coming back to work, and cumulative impact if hindsight was known at the time, would there have been a different outcome? And similarly, not just but also there was a lady, Karen, who 980 tablets delivered each month, Richard, who felt that the pain was so bad that she described in her suicide note as this being euthanasia and choice.
Yeah.
This one.
Excellent. It's smashing paper. To me, it reveals it reveals kind of really where our system of learning is. And what I mean by that is that there are some of the 18 where the actions and measures of success feel vague to the point that I struggle to understand what the person who's written it is driving at. And I'm putting it like that because I'm aware this isn't your writing, if that makes sense. So I suppose I'm encouraged that our forward PSI process is going to be a lot more precise about what it is we're getting. So I'm kind of taking that as read. Do feel free to comment on that if you think that's on. I guess I'm interested here in where there are some slightly more precise ones. You know, what is our level of confidence that that has really happened? So we've got one which you'll be very familiar with, which is about we're going to do weekly depot injection checks for our patients. We've got one about non-medical ACs and who's responsible for physical health. We've got one about a protocol about patients who leave A&E after an overdose. I mean, I've just picked on those three because they're quite precise, but I just wonder whether you can help us with the sort of follow through. And if the answer is we're struggling with that, we can work on how we get that follow through. But I think that's why we put so much time into this. So I'm keen to understand. So the depot one, the overdose one, and the physical observations for other ACs. Is that a reasonable question?
Yes, it is absolutely. So in terms of the actions and the standard that they certainly need to be at, I think certainly I'd acknowledge that they're not. And you made reference earlier in board to the journey that we've been on with complaints.
Yeah.
And I think we're there in SIIs as well. Okay. So it was really important that having presented a board in March that we tested out certainly our 50-day commitment to getting us to a point where we can articulate to the board and the board can hear where we've spent the most time in terms of our investigations. And I think it links to the point and the conversation as well to a certain degree to be around the staff survey and where nursing and facilities was at that point.
Okay.
When we think when PSERF is coming with static workforce that has been used to investigating in old incident investigations and the reason why we've revisited our PSERF is because we've certainly felt that almost we were putting PSERF lipstick on the old framework.
Yeah.
And now there's a significant change. So I think this is the starting point and what this paper articulates and where the question is absolutely three elements of depot. We know that that's not happening. We know it's happening in terms of pharmacy and order checks, but we're still making mistakes in the community. We're still making mistakes. Consequential harm isn't significant, but that's not really negating the need to make that change. But we just need to be contextualised the level of harm in terms of some of the depot errors that are made. In terms of when people leave accident and emergency, this has been a significant issue up and down the country, which coroners have picked up on when people are waiting specifically for a mental health day. So we have updated the policy and got that aligned with our acute district general hospitals. But the key crux of that will be at 11 o'clock on a Friday night when a band 5 is running A&E in our acute hospitals and the person is waiting a liaison assessment or transfer under section 6 of the mental health. That's to your point, it's a cultural change as well, rather than just a policy change. Yeah. The AC around physical health, that certainly has got more work to be done. So to your point, absolutely, we're on it.
Remind me that because that was a death round about January time.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So when we have, let's say we have one of those reports, let's just take that last one you were talking about. What's the responsibility chain to make sure the actions happen? Would you say, or what would you like it to be? Maybe that's a more useful. Yeah. What should it be? Because huge amounts of time and effort going into producing this stuff, don't they? So what then should be the delivery chain to make this actually happen?
The delivery chain is linked, I think, strongly to the education and learning plan and how we go forward in the next phase of piece of policy and safety plan, the education and learning plan. But I think ultimately, and in your paper, there is a flowchart that talks about the governance process and how learning is shared from an incident.
Okay.
That needs to test it out. So we need to see it and feel it, but also ensure that it's sustained and that it is achievable, because sometimes you can, or you read actions that actually are probably too far fetched, and we need to make real tangible actions to do so those changes happen and that there isn't a repeat incident.
Okay, thank you. I'll just keep going for a minute if that's okay. So I'm trying to, I suppose, looking forward, I mean, I'll take a wager at the very last one on here, 1500. The team involved will have found that protocol for overdose and will live it. Yeah. But there's another 2 teams in the trust who relate to an A&E who may have no idea that that protocol has been written. So I suppose it means there's something about, and maybe this goes into the work Jude's leading in June, how do we create a system where it can't be possible in the future? Let's pretend that patient happened in Doncaster, that situation. It can't be possible in the future for the Rotherham team 3 months down the line. So I don't know about that. Am I making sense? Yeah, that feels to me like that's our board responsibility, is to make sure that happens. Because the team involved will learn, I know that. It's the peer teams that I suppose we've got to work out. And although you and I are having this conversation, I mean, it's actually a conversation with all of us, isn't it?
Yeah, completely.
So thank you very much. So a really good question is whether strategies, the plans cross over. So I think it's fair to say that since the change in service model, I think we've developed quite good systems around how we cluster care groups.
Yeah.
I think where we have work to do in terms of the learning space is where we've got similar services delivered across care groups. So, for example, we do this in learning space, we've got a directorate, but within acute, we've got 3 directorates.
Yes.
So I would say if we did test that now, I wouldn't be as confident. But at this stage, we work within that matrix kind of learning space. So that is one of the reasons why I'm feeding into this next phase of learning and development. We're not only thinking about what happens in PSI Act, but also the number of other risk indicators and also what's been listed in the quality and safety plan as well. And then thinking about how we cluster that about themes. Now, whether that theme, and it will be easier to audit with the MADAR system that's coming online, but whether that theme is something like suicide within our acute services, as has been referenced, or whether that theme is what is our experience for the global majority people who access our community mental health services. We should be able to mine in that way. And I think the shift in systems and then the shift in the way that we're going to be learning moving forward will enable us to do that in a better way. That is not to say that we're doing badly now. I think we're doing similar to what a lot of trust cycles do, but we want to be better.
Yeah.
We know that we've learned that space and that's been doing better. So I guess it's where it's very much basically with Carleen and
I suppose my thought, and I'll put myself short on the UK, is maybe to reflect, Steve, based on this paper, what you need from all of us. Do you know what I mean? Do each of us need to adopt a PSII? You know, Dave becomes interested for the following year, and have we really done it? And Pauline does, and I'm but my point's not to suggest that. It's to let's think laterally about how all of us get involved in making sure that the actions have really happened.
No, I agree totally, and that's where we can really help. Certainly on peer reviews, when non-exec directors say, sure, tell me about this incident and why have you made that change? Because also understanding the change is important as making the change, and that I suppose is as important. To your point around the protocol, it's just specific because it's really personal to everybody. It's a really specific incident. It wasn't Doncaster, was it? Yeah. And a young gentleman who presented to DRI, who was awaiting assessment from the ASR team. But the treating doctor in A&E, he then spoke to him and said, I no longer feel suicidal. Wasn't subject to any framework and was, of course, able to leave. So this is where not only do we need to look at it from an RDaSH lens, but also support the wider place as well, because the DRI have a lot of learning with us in that, and that when often what we see is when there are handoffs between a lot of different services or a set of two services, that harm can happen to an individual.
Sure. But again, we could be really radical. We could literally write anybody on the DRI board, say we want to draw this tier. I'm being playful because I've had too much cake, but I'm being playful with a serious intent.
I know, and that's how I.
Yeah, how do we shake up the system? Because this board's being unusual in discussing its BSRs in public and then having a debate about what we should do. Every NHS trust ought to do this. It's shocking that they don't. We may maybe want to push it a little bit with partners.
It's a very good one. Thank you. I'll take Rachel then, Cathy. Rich.
Yeah, I won't repeat what people have said, and there was a lot of questions around that proper lessons learned system. So almost this can't happen again. And the person who understands the trust. So I've spoken to the reduction in terms of these management and what the actions were. And completely take Richard's point in terms of thousands of patients and support. Should we be worried about the number? Is what my question is. Or is this, are we out of sync in terms of what's happened with the suicides, deaths, etc.?
Yes, so we shouldn't, right? But any loss of life is life. So I don't want to minimise that. But other board members, me and you weren't here. There was a paper serviced here by Dr. Tosh, Dr. Sinker's predecessor, who actually looked at the majority and 2 to 3 suicide rates, and we are seeing an increase. And I'm not saying that like it's a good thing, because as I say, any loss of life, and we know that this, when we read and interpret this, that men aged 45 to 55 are characteristic people who are taking their life certainly too early. So, and that talks on a place discussion about what are we all doing around preventing male suicide, and this talk of, all of the elements, but certainly we're not an outlier for suicide. In terms of patient safety incident investigations, we've been, and as Toby talked to around, we expect that this happens in our organisation. Again, that's not something that other organisations have done, and as a result of the framework, some organisations have seen a significant drop in their investigations that then subsequently report. What we're seeing is a real focus on the key themes, and many organisations have a year on or based on review this framework, which is why we do it as well.
Kath, can I just come on the back of it? Sorry, yes. I remember the paper when we're not now. I think the other thing to remember as well is that's why a lot of there's often a system or place suicide strategy, because it's not mental health. Just for some of the suicides, we don't know them. That goes back to the point you were making. I think we can learn from the ones that are in contact with our services. But that's why I think Toby's point about flashing this out with our partners, because sometimes it's comfortable to be into the mental health bit. Actually, as Richard said, GPs, it might be the first time that there's a point of concern. So we've really got to generate a sort of a systems response to suicides, I think. So I just wanted to jump back.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Richard. And Annika.
Well, first of all, I just want to acknowledge maybe to Toby's point that if we want to make sure this followed up around, it could always be taken through the committee for us just to do that work on that before it is to
I'm assuming I'm assuming you have an office of committees that monitors progress and legalities around the process of this. I've been not before as an organisation because they included non-exec, but you've got to continue looking at that. I think it's how we take this sort of report that be assured that learning is happening and that is being shared. And the organisation is moving forward, and rather than just going, "Oh, that's terrible, isn't it?" and then looking at one side, which Rachel, and then I'm
Oh, yes, sorry, I'm just picking up what you said to take it to Steve in terms of, do you want us to be doing certain things on the board in terms of actions, particularly more than happy in terms of that carer space. That's something that I've been more than happy to get involved in.
Thank you. I mean, I think we have discussed the paper well, and we will receive it. I think there is something, another piece of work probably back in the first time about what is the role of this board, what do you want it to do. So I'll leave that to you and to Steve. But if you want to bring something back, which means we have an oversight or a regular biannual report or whatever. I mean, this is board business in that we are responsible for the quality and safety of the services we provide. These are particular cases, and it is unusual for boards to in public. It is about learning lessons, making sure that just. So if we want to think about in between you and Steve and see how the board can aid that process going forward, then please do and bring something back.
We did that. I was conscious that, we heard earlier that staff don't have confidence in speaking up. We heard that. I just think this is a space of potential demonstrated benefit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Paradoxically, it's probably easier to speak about these things than some of the FTSE things.
Yeah.
But I think if we're going to try and persuade ourselves and then 4,000 people that we do change, then this feels like an instruction to change. We'll never stop harm not being known, but we can stop repeated harms.
Yeah.
That's clearly true.
So I was just really struck by Toby's point around us doing something radical and writing, for example, to another organisation's board. And I don't want to lose that, Chair, because I think actually, when I think that through and having had a moment to just reflect on it, it's a really good point, because we are hearing this as a board, we are recognising that our acute hospitals need to work, we need to work with them and they need to work with us in a different way. So is there something around the 9 learning points that actually we take forward as a board in different ways of enacting that? Because we clearly say when people are in our acute hospitals, that people are slipping through in there.
And just to back Richard up, one of the worst cases because I was the lead negative involved GPs. It was so there is the issue of primary care.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're talking about if you're talking about approaching other trusts, then work with Cheryl and primary care again. That's an avenue.
Some people slip between what I've got GP referral and form going to medical services, and it was that when you die. So we'll take that forward with the issues that have been raised on the board. Bring it back when you're ready. We'll take that forward. Thank you. Back to CQC readiness, but over to Phil this time on well level.
Thank you very much. This paper is the further update on the one that we can see the front of before, where we set out our methodology on initial self-assessment. On page 3 of the report, I set out where I believe we've made where we've made progress because of a number of particular pieces of work, which I've then referenced within the supporting dynamics to show where they are. And that it's my belief I think we've had made progress that both substantiates our initial assessment, starts to get some of those close to the next level. And in one particular area, we work particularly around the LTO and this helping mechanism to push forward, which is that markedly on people looking at that exclusively. I'm just reflecting over today, we've talked already about at least 7 of the 8 areas that well so we've not talked about. I think in particular the last conversation of just now. It's a feature within the evidence around the learning improvement and innovation aspect as evidence to show that they've done some work that we've got work to do hit the round. But as I said, I think that's relevant to free to speak book, talk about workbook, talk about our plans and things. So I think it's really good that we have all these things within our agenda without perhaps constructing it in such a way. So I think that's what we're talking about these things and we're demonstrating them well. As I said, there are a few things, LDO induction, some internal audit reviews, care opinion. The GGI report is included and it's listed pretty much a bit early on for that GGI report, the positive response that we've got now, particularly voices within our structures, our decision making, the man from the time. We've talked about our plans already today. I think in terms of moving forward, we'll continue with this. You know, I think this methodology as well to be last time, what we did again today, and see the progress that's been made. I think the work, I've heard the Think Directorate mentioned multiple times over today, which I think is another key step forward for a lot of our work, and will be for this and think about this. Developed a maturity matrix with the students. I believe we've got some alignment to this, and I think as we move forward, we'll be looking to try and ensure that well-led assessment doesn't come forward. Our leaders that in the first stage of government are leaders in our parents, our leaders in our directors. So I think the focus over the coming months needs to be to make sure that we are reading those statements, not just thinking about what we're going for, but what happens across the organisation. I think it's a fundamental big step forward for to next with this. And then just one final point, there's reference within it in paragraph 3.8 to the encouragement through the code governments to organisations about external facilitating. We've had some big hints of that from remember for those who are here, the point that we made over that not everybody was some time ago, but the Office of Governance, that is OMG as an acronym, came a few years ago. That would be the last time we did this thing, so we were looking to commission something of this ilk during the course of this financial year, by which time we can be able to further strengthen this self-assessment. There's a fun period our position.
Thank you, Phil. And it's really important that it's not just about this forum. Obviously, it is about this forum. As you can see, we look at it from our point of view, to be a well-led organisation. Of course, it's about this forum. It's just not solely about public or indeed to this CLE. It is about leadership and action throughout the organisation. I'm assuming that the leadership development will impact on leadership throughout the organisation, not just in this room.
And I think they're those things where we refer to they've started them as helpful involvement, what we do then that evaluation and the work from that, so that our leaders feel that they've got this to do this. So
any questions for the report? Come back again.
So I struggle sometimes with the hearing because we talk about Julie, the learning plan, and we're going to get to that at some point. But it screams out in here again, based on that last conversation we just had. Learning and innovation and improvement is a gap. So how do we join up? I think what you're going to talk through, Julie, learning on the innovation bit, and then there's an improvement and quality improvement kind of thing. Is that worthy of the big board discussion, or for example, if you're in the chair for it, do you feel comfortable that you can solve that on your own?
Sure. So learning's not my business alone, but it's absolutely everybody's business.
How could we help?
Absolutely. So very kindly, Chair has given us space
flexible to really, but that's now some of the output around this last year where we've really found a number of time balls are moving and learning. And as you say, it's thematic, it has been for sometimes. I think we've made strides, but we are again. So the next board function will be a spoiler day, but it's going to say what the strides are, but also what some of the gaps are, and hopefully we will have had some solutions. But obviously, those solutions will be at a coal-based level and also an indirect. So there will be some discussion about how we learn. So obviously, triangulating this is what I would say. So we are going to have a big space to discuss that. And obviously, the world learning to give it big. There's a learning education plan. We've been quite purposeful in terms of getting our house involved in terms of education. In this last year, we've really doing some very clear actions. We haven't taken an eye off learning, but we will be motoring on learning to a big issue.
Yeah.
You've got the advert, but our July board will be that annual thing for education. There's maybe a big thing on the safety policy of the today. You'll find an education learning thing at the July. You finished the round,
so it does pick up and highlight again the ability of all of us to not just swim in our own lane, but impact with Toby, impact with any other chair who is leading the thinking can be hard to challenge. I just wonder, is that again a conversation we should have as a board? Is there anything we as chairs need to be doing differently, to encourage that listening and inclusion of everybody in meetings? It's kind of just not a bit hanging in there.
Big part. Toby.
Well, actually, I think Dave's made the point I was going to make. I mean, the thing that stood out to me, apart from this, is a helpful report, but probably we do need to build the quantity of evidence behind it. It is recommendation 3 in the GGI piece, which I think might be one of the things you're referring to. And I suppose I'd have an appetite for us to be really quite specific in the way we take that forward. Because I think we can end up with quite an ethereal, we're going to improve things by doing this. But actually, what I think I read into the GGI feedback is some of the people we have in meetings still feel bit part players in the conversation and not enabled. And yes, that is about how things are chaired, but it's also about how clear people are about their role. If I take the sub that I chair, we've spent a lot of time, haven't we, trying to be clear about the role with people. You can see it's variously effective. And I think maybe sometimes I assume, or maybe others assume, that we're in a meeting and everybody understands what their role in the meeting is. But do they? Is that something they could write down, let alone anybody else? So I mean, I suppose I'm urging that we think about some quite practical things. Yeah, actionaries, but really quite practical, and possibly they may seem quite low level, but I think the low level things are what's going to shunt us forward, which is why every time you and I talk about quality improvement system, I think, yeah, but not yet. Let's do the really basic things first, because I think otherwise we're going to struggle. And that's certainly at the moment my takeaway from the LDO is we need to do some of the really basic things. But as you said, team sport, maybe we can build it in to the design of next time's board to progress the conversation. That's good.
Thank you. And with that, can we agree to the recommendations that are set out in paragraph 4? We are receiving a note of the update on the status report. We've commented and we'll know next steps and reporting schedule. Okay. Thank you.
Chairman, can I be disruptive just for Phil? I think it would be good for the people who commission the external review that's referenced in here not to be largely the chairman or chief executive. Do you see what I mean? My experience in these views, the chairman, chief executive, director of corporate governance, commissioner, leadership review from a large company, and it's not necessarily in the service of the wider leadership. So I'd say perhaps outside the room we could think about a subset of leaders who might drive that. I mean, I'm not trying to say you and I are out of the car, but I'm not sure we should be driving it. If that makes sense.
Bring leaders in from different sectors as well to talk.
Yeah, sure. But maybe it's an opportunity for 2 or 3 people around the table to work with Phil to pick that up and make it happen. So it's a bit less top of the room led.
Okay, thank you. We come to item 22, which is very much one of the big papers. it's Richards and it is the out of area replacement. Inappropriate. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to slightly apologise. I've been slipping into a fog of head cold, so there's a moment of lucidity that there's literally really good today. I've gone again.
We always put that for next.
So yeah, these two are edging away. So I think the front sheet provides the story to some extent. I will draw your attention to the ask of the board, which I think is to acknowledge, I think, the ethical, clinical, but also very much the financial case for reducing hope. So it's the right thing to do on social levels, which I know we've reversed quite a bit, but I think, you know, there's always a danger of how it's about the money, isn't it? And actually we can't split off all of those elements when we're thinking about that. And I think as Richard picked up, I think you referenced this about we've been making decisions where we're going to be managing more risk in the community. That will be a potential, that is happening. So we need to kind of think, we've got to be really clear why we're doing this. I think note and challenge the scale of work to date, explore the high risk actions and confound factors. This paper isn't a straightforward, oh yes, we're just going to get this done. Hopefully, I think this is a really, well, you all know I have a view, this is a very complex programme of work. There are lots of opportunities, but for me, there are lots of risks or confounding factors. It's very much about systemic change, not just like we're going to change that paperwork and it'll be all sorted kind of thing. And I suppose this has been sort of building up. So the fact that Richard referenced it makes me feel assured we have been talking about it at board, and in the last board, maybe talking specifically about the further update on the bed base and also the length of stay, which is probably one of the primary levers to bring about this. So we've been building up to this. It's going to be really very focused, I think, on our 3 acute directorate in particular. Not to develop that also, the community piece is really important. This strengthening and enhancing our community services to support more and getting more in reach into our inpatient settings. So while it will be the acutes need to talk to their community directorates. And I think I'm talking to this, but I think Jude, Steve and Derb and I will all be spending a big chunk of time on this over the next 3 to 6 months, because to turn the curve is what we need to do. So just to do, I'm speaking, but there's a collective endeavour here. So I'll just pull out some, take it away. So just take 2 or 3 minutes for 2 quotes. I think, Kathy, you just reframed it. Predominantly in here, I am talking about inappropriate hopes. So there are appropriate hopes where there might be the right reasons why people go out there. For example, a member of staff don't want to be cared for, they're known to people. So that's all the safeguarding issues. And there are also specialist placements as well, which we talked about eating disorder here. Sometimes they do get a bit conflated. Sometimes people just talk about their own area. So I think it's really important that we're talking about inappropriate placements here. I think there are 6 to 7 broad challenges that we need to address, but even that in itself is not simple. The simple demand. We run at an occupancy rate of, I'd say, 100%, 99 to 100% all the time. That's not new to Steve and Dermot. That's not new, but that's. And sometimes we're at 102. People are like, how can you do that? And what's happening is they're on leave for 3 days, so that person will come in. So we've sort of got 2 people to a bed at times because that shows the sort of demand and relevance. So we need to also think about reducing this to 92%. So to give just teams a little bit of headroom, but also we need to go for the weekend with bed available. So then we've got bed capacity. Length of stay is high. We've got some good little ones now. That to me, as I spoke last time, was a key lever for change. Our admission process, particularly about ours, is dependent on clinicians and decision makers on with RDaSH. If the authority is the absence section 12, they may not know the patient. And if we had a conversation with the community team, sometimes they go, look, we know that patient, we know the appear risky. However, we've got a plan. So that out of hours is quite tricky, but that's often when we have more hopes than in hours. So something to bear in mind. And all the places aren't the same. So some have more different community services than others. Some of the AMP teams bear more risk than others. So this is across 3 places and 3 quite complex systems, I think. I do like to keep things simple. Perhaps because I'm a simple man, but to meet the demand and the 92% capacity, this is 16 more discharges a month across the 5 adults. That sounds quite simple, quite easy. I don't want to use that to overstate. It's just 16, get on with it. It's going to be a lot harder than that, but I think it's helpful to have a simple metric to try and focus on, really. So it feels achievable. It's not like we need 98. It's definitely achievable, but I'm not. Don't imply it's easy to get there. We have had an independent diagnostic review from Tom, who was a director of nursing at TRFT, who's gone into professional referee. So it's gone a segue. But we haven't just made it, so he's gone on to the wards, he's just spoke to people, he's just observed, he's met with people lived experience. I've got the report, and he's developed also what the rhythm might look like for it. But to summarise it, I think as you referred to this, the variation across our wards are profound. So some teams have PIPAs every day, some have once, 2.5 hours. There's variable attendance, there's lack of clarity about what they're for and structure. So it's a really important, so the standard work is really important. I think Tony's reference on that, it's one hospital, if that makes sense. So there will be small variation, but what we need is people who come in at Northings, or come in at Rotherham. This is the system and the rhythm that they go through. And we're going to be very explicit about this is what needs to happen at these times, and that's who needs to be there. So that's a really important part of the work that we're doing. So there's 6 work streams. And I think some of them are sort of more like complex discharges, or the important thing to remember as we go into this work is, I talked to Toby about this, we've got to get a mindset. We've got some people already in OPES, they're already there. And if we go, well, if we stop the flow here and we repack them, fine, we won't, because we lose the capacity we create here. So we have to have slightly different things going on, and we're just working through the people who are currently in our area and how we look at the discharges or what else that we can do. We have really brought that down. And then obviously, say from the 1st of July, we've got a culture where, we need an OPE, we have an OPE. We're really going to have to make some quite difficult decisions, or safe and informed decisions. So those are the 2, that's how I sort of break it down in my head, really. I've talked to you about the standard work, because I think one of the things that we've got to think about is, I've seen a lot of trusts who've really gone at this really hard and it's had a great success. As soon as you take your eye off the ball, it just falls off the table and they go up. And I think that happens to a trust not far from here. So whatever we do, which is what the standard work is, it's got to be sustainable. So this is reducing those, but not just for this year, it's just keeping them that. And so that's where the standard work comes in, because you can do work on length of stay and start that now to really sort of kickstart this. But I think, and it's all part of the HQTC. So while we're focusing on reduction of OPEs, what we need is when people in the ward, the therapeutic experience, clear purpose of discharge, they get a clear diagnosis, and we're confident the clinicians are talking regularly about that patient, and the patient knows what's happening to them. So that's why it's a big piece of work as well, because we're looking at all of the wards and we want to do it once. So Toby's really clear, right? Please, we're not going to go in and do this, and we're not going to do then cultural care. We need to do on this ward. This is the expectation for all the things that we're going to be doing. So I think it's really clear, I suppose, I hopefully sort of talked a bit about all the sort of interdependencies. There are some risks as well. Talked about the current OPEs. We rely on external decision makers to a degree. We've got a lot of capital plans this year, so the Great Oaks is going to be great in a year's time, working with wards, but we will be reducing the bed base. So we're reducing hopes at a time of reducing the bed base. So these are all sorts of the sort of interrelated risks. I think there is a real, it's a legitimate anxiety that the acuity on the wards will go up, because as you sort of work through the appropriate discharges, the people remaining will be more competent in nature. Loss might go up for a bit, so it's just better. So it's going to bear that in mind. And also, I think, I'm going to be really candid, I think sometimes this patient is really aggressive, they need to go out of area. And so we'll be asking our teams to care for very complicated, very distressed people, which they do well, but some of the people are a bit scary. And so, you know, we're asking a lot of our teams just to think that through as well. So the three key risks for me, though, or needs are this leadership, time, and financial. So the leadership will be strong leadership. Steve, Jude, Bernard will be leaning very heavily in the first few months. There'll be clinical challenge in here, not necessarily to overturn clinical decisions, but you know, Steve's going to do a piece of which you can talk to about in the first 6 weeks of speaking to the out of hours to the decision makers. Just talk me through with that. We thought about alternatives. Let me understand that. But people aren't used to challenge. To be really honest. So there might be noise about this. I think we've got to sort of develop then the leadership at the directorate level. So on the wards, great people in there, but it might not be three consistently great people when we're talking about the multidisciplinary teams. We might have a great matron, but the psychologist is just finding the feet, and some don't have the acute medical need, Mr. What caps. So, you know, we haven't quite got the leadership in place yet. That will take time. There will be, I do believe time is important here. That's not to say we can't get on with stuff, but the sustainability piece is a risk for me. We need, what we do has to be sustainable. And then obviously you'll all be aware of the financial challenge. We could take we've been given 6.9 for the South Yorkshire beds. That means we both commission and use those. We've earmarked 3 million for our CIPs this year, so we've got 3.9 to cover our OBS for South Yorkshire, and there's a number of people who are already out there, so we're already spending that, although in month 9 we spent 390. I think we should be about 2 million. We've earmarked that up to July, so we are actually in scope, and you'll see the weight is as it's up with the phase, so we are achieving, but from the 1st of July we've got to achieve. And then we have done the draft QSI, so 2 rounds, just needs to come back to the clinical executives and myself, just for further look, and then that will be presented as well. So that's a whistle stop tour.
Thank you, Richard. And I know Richard said so, but the problem of achieving a really good result and then losing it quickly is the biggest problem I've seen. I went to a workshop at the National Mental Health Conference on behavioral placements, and there were 3 trusts that did really, really well on the platform. And every one of them said that they've got there and then they've lost it.
Yeah.
And so I think we have to be aware of that sustainability issue, Richard. You know, not just go, what we do once down to a very low number, and then, you know, look on a guest when it starts to rise again. Questions to Richard? Yes, Richard.
And just my other colleagues might be able to ask some questions.
Sure. This is really just an overview of where we are with the resident doctors being balloted. At 6, you said why the programme may not succeed.
Yeah.
If there's a work to rule, let alone a strike, that presumably is another risk.
Yeah, possibly. I suppose, I know in a weird way, it depends what happens with the Section 12 doctors, because if they work to rule, then that does become a risk, doesn't it, for assessing people out of hours. I think, though, isn't crisis an exception to work to rule? So I need to check in with Dermot, but I thought there were certain exceptions. And so those are presenting in a mental health crisis. might be an exception to that. I don't know if you want to comment on that. Is that how you know? That's
Is that right, to Dermot? I mean, if crisis work is usually.
It's usually considered part of that kind of essential kind of level of service.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm not sure saying scary things is helpful, but sometimes facing the fear is important, isn't it? So, and I should say, before I say anything scary, that I think this is doable. It's dead hard, but it's doable, and I think it's desirable, and I hear the points about maintenance. So, 4 more discharges a week, 16 a week.
4 a week, 16.
Okay. So we're looking at discharging more than half of our patients in any given month. 12 a week.
Yeah, plus
the 4.
Yeah.
16 a week. Plus 16 a week, plus 16 a week. I'll make that.
No. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. 4 16s. Is that right?
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
Yeah. No, so we currently discharged 12. It's 12.3
a week.
To achieve demand and supply, we need to be doing the 16.2.
That's right. So for the second time, I might be right. That's right. I don't mean that. So it's 6. No, that's fine. So no, I wasn't. So because I wasn't sure. So it's 16 a week. So that's 64 out of 93 beds have to be exited in a given month. Okay. Now turn that around. 1/3 of our patients can be long stay complex with us. I get that. So I'm not scared by that. I just, to Richard's point, we wanted a metric, and I think 16 4 more is helpful. But we do need to then aggregate that to understand what we are seeking to achieve. Our second 3 scary points is I just want to, which is a great job there, amplifying the level of disquiet this will generate. Okay, leave aside Steve's involvement for the next 6 weeks in out of area placements. The 10 people who are RCs for the wards are going to be working in a standard way. Some will be fine with that. Some will be fine with that when they've been involved in that. I would be gobsmacked if at least one did not resign. I don't know which one, but I'd be genuinely surprised. Because we will be asking our most senior people, we will be asking them for an accountability for any patient that gets to 15 days. What's going on? How might you and Dermot help? We will be saying, here's your new job plan. We want you to work like this. Don't want to. I've worked like this for a long time. It's never done anybody any harm. So I need the board to understand the likely and inevitable pushback about this. And then the third most scary thing is if at the end of September we're not still on track with the money, we will need to bring forward plan B that's in the private papers.
No contingency.
Yes, because there's no contingency. So I'll preface that by saying this can be done and I'm with it, but I want everybody around the table to embrace the slight enormity of institutional transformation. This is like the agency thing, but it's not like the agency thing because it involves about 7 times as many people needing to change their behaviour. So, and what I don't want is middle managers, senior middle managers like Laura, to feel that when it gets dead difficult, board's going to go, how did you upset Dr. X? Yeah, no one's going to do it willfully, but Dr. X is going to be out the door. And we need to be prepared to will the ends if we're here willing the means. Thanks.
Sounds good. Right, I've got Joe, Dave, Dermot, Paul. Joe?
Yeah, a comment and a question really, and I think this is a brilliant paper that it really breaks down the scale of the challenge and the levers that are going to be incredibly difficult to pull this off, but it gives such a good understanding of what it is we're trying to achieve. So a lot of work has gone into it, and I think it gives us some board, some clarity around the scale of action. So well done to everybody who's worked on it. I think as a member of the board, and
probably connecting two very separate items, but we've talked about risk in the community on PSIs, and the concerns that we have about what we can learn and if people are known to us or cared for in the community. We're then saying for all the right reasons, people should be cared for closer to home, but that some of that may present some more risk for community teams. How are we going to keep looking at the safety of the decisions that we're making over time, as well as yes, we've got more patients close to home, we're meeting the finance, because it could be easy for our clinical staff to see that this is just about saving money.
Well, I do the first few bits and then to Steve. I think some of this has just changed. So this very week, the flow team, there was probably about 5 people that could have gone to it. But they're assessing their safety plans. They're speaking to the police. I think they're making sure, because I think there's perhaps been a little bit of a, bit of a default mechanism. So there is also a clinical prioritisation tool being developed with the flow team. So I think that will be, we've got 3 beds, which one needs the bed, where. So, and if the flow thing is really clear about the safety planning for each of them. One of the streams that we haven't got into is the, with the older adults, we'll be putting some enhancement into the community teams. We've got the community lead teams. Some of this, I think, is asking Alex in section 12 to maybe not think that I need to be a community one, because they're in ED. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh my God, you sort it out. And so we're just trying to sort of, let's not make a quick decision unless it's really clear section, 2 sections or whatever they go. So I think we've just got to work our way through this. But I'm really impressed with the flow team, because I think they're really starting to work with colleagues. I know this sounds so simplistic, but having conversations, not assuming. I can see that beginning to it, but I think Steve will be able to give it more clinical depth.
If you want to dispel some messages, so the greatest risk that people with mental health present with is not to staff all of the problems to themselves. So they need to make that really, really clear. And the risk that we run if we don't do this is that people will die by suicide and continue to do so. So the 10 key ways to provide a safe service, that's national guidance and that's been provided by Professor Louis Appleby, says that organisations have no out of area ambitions. That is number 3 on all of the 10, alongside carer involvement, safe rewards, safe staffing. So to that point, Joe, it's known, we know it. So when people are treated closer to home, their outcomes for them are better, and that people don't come to harm.
Even if they're in the community.
Absolutely, because they've got their support networks, they've got the local team. But we've got to do the things right. So the things that we talked about in the PSII, personalised care plans, family involvement, providing all that level of support to the very highest standard.
I do recognise that often we talk about the risk in an acute ward setting, and actually the community services manage risk and even more risk. We just don't recognise that sometimes. I just wanted to explore that relationship around safety. So thank you.
Yeah. No, I'm okay. Thank you.
You're right. Thank you. Where am I now? Devon.
I suppose just building some of the points that have already been made. I think it's likely, Toby said that, some of our inpatient consultants might be upset, kind of wanting to leave.
I think will be.
I'm always at glasses half full.
Bless you. I've emptied the glass now.
So I suppose, building on what's been said, there's going to be increased complexity in the community, and I think it's likely that the anxiety levels of all staff, be the inpatient or community, are going to increase. I think that's something we've got to be mindful of. So that's something we're going to potentially have to kind of manage and support. The other point I was going to make is that I think we're likely to potentially kind of see some unusual things happen with our data. And we probably need to keep everything, keep the whole picture, because there are some people that are getting admitted at the moment who get discharged after very short periods of time, maybe 2 or 3 days, because they probably shouldn't have been admitted in the first place.
Yeah.
And kind of what I would anticipate through the work that we're all doing, and that Steve's going to be supporting, is that potentially some of those people that perhaps didn't need to be admitted in the first place, they're going to be redirected into other pathways, not touching the inpatient service. So that means that the people that are kind of left, kind of being admitted, are more likely to be more complex. And so we're likely to see kind of higher levels of complexity, potentially long durations. And so I think if we see that, that doesn't necessarily kind of mean that what we're doing isn't working. It could just be an unintended consequence of some of the other work that we've done as part of the overall work streams.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, absolutely. Pauline, thank you.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Excellent paper. Just brought it to life really well. You talked about the conversations that the flow team are already having. I'm just trying to understand how far has the conversations gone through. I think so there's only 90 people involved. What's the level of engagement so far with our people that are going to have to get involved in this and change? And because I'm conscious it's nearly June.
July. It's a good point. So I suppose we had the HQTC, which started in February. I think that was a really clear signal to UCLA, we will be doing this. And obviously there's representatives at the HQTC who take that on to their teams. So we've got an acute medical director, we've got the acute director. I think also from the information goes out, I think I'd be really surprised if people don't know this is happening. But I don't know if people are aware of the level of change. So Steve will be comms in this week, tomorrow, about from through to June. We're going to be shadowing Steve out of hours. We'll be doing calls. Interesting, it probably won't be our clinicians. It'll be AMPs and it will be Section 12 doctors, less likely our teams. So they might get a bit like, oh, we use somebody to speak to. So that we're going to do a briefing with the teams next week. I suppose we're really going to start. I'll be honest with doing some of this now. So the flow team have been really cracking this week. So, and I'm just getting fed back to Laura Doncaster have been fantastic this week. Right. So if we move that patient there, they may be able to be discharged. And you can see people are starting. And not all the teams are doing that. And I'm going to go back to the variance thing. Is some areas are up for it and others aren't. So this is what some of the people on the way. It's going to happen.
It's just that conversation because we're having that and really understanding.
Yeah.
Versus a briefing where it's briefed. You've had a briefing.
Yeah.
And really got what it means.
So I'll come to. So the idea is we will have a mobilise. So we've got the work streams. We're going to have a mobilisation group of which Julie's director John is a big part. We're going to be going in the wards. This is the standard way of working. So 3 days, 15 days. In the rhythm, I've got this is what your PIPA will be. This is what your MD. So we've got a lock-in on the 10th of June where we will leave with that going. It's not the right word, the product for the ward. And so that's what we're going to implement on all of the wards. And it won't be like, here you go, off you go. Well, you can do that if you want. But we're going to have people on, there's going to be coaching, there's going to be a whole host of
Thank you, that brings it to life.
So,
yeah, I was just going to add, so we've done some Ask Me Anything event. We had about 50 odd people turn up to 2 events. Yeah. I was very struck. So we gave a space to talk about cultural care, about patient safety, or about, I'm going to call it flow.
Yeah.
I was really struck how people gravitated to flow. I mean, struck in the sense that it wasn't how I thought the events were going to go at all, and I was a bit thrown. So that suggests to me there is an appetite and understanding that status quo could be better. I think, however, the rubber will hit the road when people realise that in addition to all the other people's behaviour that they're recommending to us has to change, they realise that we're asking them to do it differently. I mean, we're leading a trust where our wards all have different visiting times. And where the idea that they might not do that produces people send me very angry emails or whatever. That isn't to mock, it's to illustrate that on something that ought to be quite prosaic, getting to consistency is hard. When we're talking about everyone's going to do a care plan this way, or we're all going to have peppers on this day, I think that is a long way from where we are. So we are going to go at this dead quick in the next 6 weeks, and we need people to understand what's likely to come back.
Well, it just turns out, so I think the engagement work that Tom was doing was he was on the boards, he was talking to them, observing, and I think some were a bit cautious and others were clearly chomping on the bits. So I think that gives you a flavour of it's going to land well with some, they're going to run with it, and as Toby said, but the fact that Tom was doing that is warming people up as well. But you're right. I think we're still going to work out how. We haven't decided if we're going to do all of them at the same time or do one-on-one. So the mobilisation, once we've agreed the product or whatever you want to call it, we haven't worked that out. So we're going to talk about that in the June HQTC.
Last but certainly not. I'm really sorry, you're not going to last two. Go on, Jane.
Yeah, I guess 3 things to mention about that. So in terms of what we talk about, there's not scary things. Suppose we need to look at, don't we? The national average is 32 days.
Yeah.
So half our people been discharged from it's not really that unreasonable thing.
I agree.
So I think that actually can be quite empowering to have that monitoring that, mainly because of the fact that acute stress is that people don't recognise. So to work with people in that window, whether they're that poorly, is something that is quite a unique skill. When people go over that time period, they actually become quite dependent, and there is a different type of service you're providing. So I think there is something in it about the time scale is useful for a number of reasons. I guess my second point is that we're not unique, but around the country, a lot of policies and procedures talk about risk if people get discharged, but they don't talk about the risks that happen if people are in relations. And we know that they are substantial, as in you get copying behaviours around self-harm, you get people in the trim who wouldn't look at you outside, and other things we've spoken about in several groups. So I do think part of this is also about us acknowledging that in keeping people on, but for whatever reason it is, some of which is within our control or not out of control, actually is contributing to the paper that we saw earlier. And we've really got to take accountability, not just for where we're helping people to go out, but also where we're not helping. So I just don't think we look at things like that. And I guess my third point was just a really practical point to show what one said, what have you done in practice? So I know what this is, what Steve's doing. But Deborah and I have worked on a process which is currently out with all our clinical leads from all different groups, which looks at what you would do on a Christian sense to our 15 days, up to 32 days and then beyond. And it's very, very clear about us putting time in our diagnostic case reviews and actually mark that out. So it's not just words, there's a system and process which is written down, and that will then be diarised in, and that I guess is taking accountability. So I hope that helps with what you say.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So 4 points from me. So the process that I've been involved in will not be to override a clinical decision. So I will not be saying that this person wasn't for admission. It's really important the board hear that. What we know, second point, is that we've learned from when people have used section 140 out of hours, so watching section 140 asking for an urgent admission. We've challenged that process with the things that we've seen that drop significantly. So this is an unusual process. 2 other points. So just around the comment around this will increase complexity in our community. I disagree, because actually these people are known to us, and actually it's going to improve the transition of care if we bring people closer to home. Because what we know is when people are out of area, they don't have section 17, they don't engage with the local community, they don't use the bus routes. We actually do harm to people by placing them out because we disempower their independence massively. So I hear it, and I think what we need to do is acknowledge some of people's anxiety, but not feed into that, because actually we're putting the right person in the right way closest to home.
Thank you, sir. We're running, we're going back.
If you just quickly, the early warning signs of success or failure would be really, really important.
Yeah.
Important to know. So, and just to feature that and talk to you after, I think that's important for us to get.
I think it's probably helpful if we can try and work out a sort of weekly July and August data set that will, that we see that data set may well exist in what we've already got, but let's just think about what colleagues could see.
Maybe not something big.
Understood. But I think we probably need the unintended consequences data point as well.
So there's two. I think length of stay is one of those, which is the primary lever. I think the other one is there's also readmission.
Yeah.
So the national benchmark is 8. It's good because you want some risk taking when you go above that. So that's probably a third one. And the other thing. I think they're
feelings of stress. Perception.
There will be feelings and perceptions of stress.
I can guarantee that.
I guarantee you that.
Yeah, so that's going to happen.
But the challenge is to work out what's the signal in the noise, isn't it? So even for people we know will be distressed, they may still have a good point, and we got to commit to follow that through rather than just assume that individual X is prone to being upset at organisational change, and therefore there we are.
So there will be stress. I have a feeling some of the stronger noises might be from the police, might be from the PD, might be from the amps.
Cool.
Just thinking about my deputy, she was ringing me up because one of those who had been very arsy at 10 o'clock on the Saturday night, that she was really right in opposition. And they were really, really, really pushing. And so I think some of the noise will be our partners.
Good.
So, yeah.
Okay. The recommendations are at paragraph 8. This is a report, it's not a decision making report, it's an parliament meeting report. Thank you, Richard. Thanks, everybody. You can read to receive that for the updates and all the terms described. So thank you for that. We're running, pushing half an hour late. So if we can, as we move to what they call more formal reports, then without closing down debate.
In deference to your time, Richard's ill health, on the IQPR, we're only going to make 2 points. One is that for the first time we've achieved RTT, which trust massive congratulations. And secondly, that in April we had no breaches of our 24-hour standard in section 136. That isn't to suggest that those 2 great successes are representative of the overall scorecard, but given that we'll have meaningful data in July on the first quarter, I think we can probably take the IQPR if that was okay with you, Chair, but obviously it's
if you can receive the IQPR, if anybody does anything in fullness of the stuff, please.
Appreciate it, Tammy. What was our next one? Proof of concept HI analysis.
Like that one, Chair.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, that was we've had quite a long-standing ambition to bring to the board the metrics in the IQPR, or an agreed subset of metrics in the IQPR broke down by health qualities. So last month we agreed what should fall in scope for that, acknowledging that it would take some time to build. So for this month, what we've got is a visualization. So picking, I was at random, but the first KPI from the IQPR, so OP01N, people, the first episode of psychosis seen within 2 weeks, to demonstrate that we have characteristics by age, gender, ethnicity, and deprivation, which provides that analysis of that particular metric in more granular detail than we've been able to provide before. So the purpose of bending it to IQPR and say, does that look like it could be useful in terms of facilitating further analysis going forward? And if so, we would then move for the next IQPR in July to build all of the metrics in that way, make that information available.
So I think if people think it does or think it doesn't, if they could reach out to Richard and I over the next week, that'd be really helpful, because where we are, pursuant to Joe's point on Dave's paper at the beginning, is we've got the data, we've got to find an elegant way of presenting it, and I have to say I think it's about as elegant as we can get, but you know, other and better ideas gratefully received. So
And just 2 seconds, maybe from Mr. Chillery, because I was questioning quality about great, the RTC looks good in certain respects, but we're increasing on Euro. And there's a reasonably opaque reference to what we've learned. And so it was a really helpful, thank you, Richard, whether there's a punchline. I think the board, given the investment into Euro, is keen to understand how we probably the trajectory can go down.
can we bring back a paper on Euro next time? Because that is not a simple answer. Because that's okay. Not, but I really do think it merits the discussion you suggest. We've got some more work to do. I think it's not yes or no. It's a bit more. So if we could commit to bring a note on that next time, would that be okay?
Thank you.
And just very brief, so it's the assessments are marked up, and we're looking at the treatment options, which are way more than we anticipated. So that's the complexity we're working on.
Thank you. And with that, can we receive the NPPR? Thank you very much. To the promises and priorities.
Brilliant. Anyone got any questions on Annex 1, which I think is fantastic? So I'd recommend Annex 1. Of course, you've read the paper. If anyone's got any questions, happy to take them. It's probably a useful primer for the AMM on 19th of July, which obviously is in everyone's
Mr. Wilkie got, yeah.
You will notice that Promise 21 has finally got some measures of success. So I'm saying that here so that when I say it at the AMM, no one goes, oh, I don't remember that moment. So we'd wait a really, really long time to agree some measures of success with our partners. I was going to say we've given up waiting. That's probably a bit unfair, but we've plumped for some and we will start to report on them. Other than that, it is the words, not the colours, that have changed. And then the cover paper provides some information about things we're working with or struggling with. And recognises that Promise 25 and Promise 3 are both due for finishing off, for want of a better term, in the next 6 months, which is why Steve stepped out of the room so he can't hear me say that. Consequently, we'll be having celebration events, and hopefully by the time we get to March, we will have Promise 19 celebration events and Promise 14 celebration events. Now, in getting ahead of ourselves, just to recognise this is hard, and celebration events might be a good thing to do.
I think we've completed that. We need to celebrate. Lee.
I'm not thinking about Promise 27, don't worry.
Oh, I love your skepticism about Promise 27. Then Richard had it. I know he hasn't probably had it. So just take it somewhere else. Yeah.
So we did just to build on about so those that went last year will recall we drafted a report that gave a bit of an update on where we are with each promise. So we've been doing that ready for this year. I've drafted as best I can an easy read, so it's not just the easy read of the promise, but of the update. And then PFG are doing some work to see if I'm anywhere near plain English to do a little bit more on it in terms of easy read. So I think that's going to be a really good document for the AMM, but I think it's going to be something we need to get out to the staff as well, because they hear a lot about the promises. I think some of it gets lost in translation.
Yeah, and especially if we're doing the Beano version as well.
Yeah.
So having a Beano version for the children's event. I'm not being flippant. It was the Beano.
I'm not allowed to call it back. So.
Are you?
That means that I'm really old.
I think Joe's point's really well made. I think we need to talk about the promise within our more than the institution does. So I think that's very helpful. Yeah. And we can talk about Promise 27 as well. Okay.
Thank you. Liz.
Linked into both of those points, I'm just really pleased to hear about the celebration event. So just how important that is, partly about making them feel recognised, giving them stamina for the next phase. But I guess also that's bit of the theme of today about learning and how we can apply that to say this is about, I guess, to our communities by recognising where the gaps have been and how that's been applied, and that learning isn't just about freedom to speak up and learn from deaths and the other more negative sides of things. Actually, these are positive opportunities that are already being done and there's already happening, and that all staff involved in that, and how we help people understand that they're part of that journey already.
And I think it also, it can help if we do it right to reinforce the idea that it's not, well, we've done that, we'll move on. So particularly in the 4-week space, I think some of the conversation around teams is out there, a perception that they've got to 4 weeks. There we are, we've done it. Yeah, I know, and that seems weird, or just to me, but there's then an opportunity to build on that sustainability.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. Can we proceed the Policy's report? Feeling good. I like this. And we see Delta Sansi, and I really enjoy this report. Really good. To the strategy delivery risks, Phil, please. This is Phil's response to the internal audit, not some of our house now. And we've got a new format for this bit. I'll go to you.
So yes, our perhaps unique SDR, as opposed to the BASH, it survived the test of the internal audit and in fact came with a really positive assurance about that. So this is the continuation of our work with that. As you say, Catherine, part of this responds to positive assurance from them, but as you might expect, some feedback around other areas of improvement. So one particularly around the format and how we lay each of the risks and have to demonstrate the work that we are doing to mitigate the risk and how we know those will work. And I think that's been a useful exercise to try and make sure we have got two sides to that point. And identifying, I think, within some of the gaps where I think we would start pulling to make sure we know that the work we do will make an impact on this. Part of that come through the work to do with the lead executives through the committees, but I think we want to really re-emphasise as the work that Cathy has did last year, possibly to take that up another level in terms of frequency of conversation with the 5 executives and to schedule the 3 meetings throughout the year with a particular focus in the first one around the current score, the target score, and the key actions that are going to make us move forward. And then take the second and third one is having a bit more about the progress that we're making on that. The other aspect that internal audit raised was around the fact that these are 5 risks, and we've talked to them previously about how we got to the 5 risks, is that they remain 5 risks. And I've referenced in the paper that that's not a bad suggestion, but I would also, in fact, I think perhaps Toby got it earlier on today, that we have a strategy, we're very clear on that strategy. Whilst we need to navigate some, if this analogy works, some bad weather or some noise from within the system, our strategy is our strategy. I guess if the 10-year plan comes out and says we should all be doing something very different, then we may be distracted from delivering that, and that will have a bigger conversation about what we're trying to achieve. But I sense that we don't anticipate that. We anticipate some change and some noise, and therefore our path is sort of set out in terms of what they're trying to achieve through our strategy and our plans and our policies. But so there may be some noise or sort of whether we need to adjust that. But I think we should take stock that once we get that 10-year plan later on in the year, make sure that we have recommitted ourselves that these are the 5 areas that we think are going to have the biggest impact on our strategy delivery, and we're going to do work that's going to minimise and mitigate these risks. And so I will continue to work outside here with the executive and we'll bring that forward.
Thank you. The 10-year plan appears to be due end of July. We might have some news around the next board meeting.
I think these things are best sipped very slowly, Chair. I suggest we focus time in September and we'll see where we go. But in terms of Bill's 3 ways, are they going to be set up? Are they diary now?
I asked them.
Brilliant. Okay. If we could definitely get them in. So I'm just giving them to become a sort of moment, if you like. So I tend to manage to be too busy or avoid it or generally be a bit inappropriate. So
yes, and again, I think trying to pick them up at times, I think it's a straightforward ask of everybody's diaries now for the 12th.
Thanks.
I think checking one because I found it very useful, and I think that's a good
Yeah. Let's get them in there and then we'll know they're coming and yeah.
So can we agree to receive and note the update position, which is reflected in the revised format of this report, note the next steps outlined, and note the intended review following the publication of the 10-year plan, whenever that happens. Agree to that? Yeah. Thanks, Phil. We'll move to the operational risk report, which is a decision taken today. So over to you, Phil, to explain.
So two aspects to this, and I've spoken more on the second in the paper in terms of the risk management framework and the appetite. So the board will report its time out as one responsive time on our types and how we wanted to essentially categorise the risks and set a level for them. And we've done the development and that's presented within the paper and in a document that's appended the risk types frameworks that will be called something much more important in terms of our risk management going forward. So I think Cathy, you made a point earlier on today about the sort of last 12 18 months around risk management and some of the work that James done, which are going to continue right across the organisation. And the appetite will drive, I guess, a process that looks at the risk and its categorisation, appetite risk in that area where we stand. I think it will drive actions to make sure risks are within the appetite, as opposed to seeing every risk perhaps as the same. And what's coming back to, as we do at the moment, every risk that scores 15. So, as I said, we may have two different types of risks that warrant different attention. So we've got that, we'll be building that within the new radar system. We'll basically risk online from the 1st of July and able to do that across the 33 directives and risk registers will be set up in there. So I think that the first part really, Cathy, is to ask the board around the risk appetite and to seek their support for the categorisation and the levels that we need.
As Phil said, this comes out of work we've done, so can you now formally approve the updated risk appetite levels?
Yes, so I really welcome the fact they've renamed, and I don't mean the categories, I mean what the risk appetites are, because I seem to remember that was part of the conversation.
It was.
I wish to defend the low tolerance as opposed to averse for legal. There are circumstances where the legal advice is X, but on a risk basis, procurement being one, where yes, we could be sued, but we're not going to be, and it's worth taking the risk to proceed. The one I wanted to just understand, and I know I'm not, is patient experience moderate tolerance as opposed to high tolerance. That's the only one where when I read them back last night, I thought, isn't that high? Because if high tolerance is, we would take loads of risks to give it a go and make it happen. I guess on patient experience, I'm wondering why we wouldn't go high. And I apologise for not having given you notice of the question, Phil. Was there a thought process? I mean, it's not a biggie. We could approve it as is. I'm just interested.
No, and the whole concept here is that we need to get a little feedback from there. And as you said, it might not be exactly what you actually thought. I sense that there's, because we've done this and felt the drawing and that you've done it from a perspective, if we're feeling that moderate is limited on that particular representation, should be more open stuff. But I guess there's an element with patient experience. We don't want to go open to absolutely everything. I think there's that's the moderation.
I can look at it as is, Chair. Yeah, quite happy.
Could we agree on this? And then, also, I mean, these things are not set in stone for the next millennium. If you want to bring something back, then
absolutely. No, I'll happily see. I've asked my question. I feel like it's been answered. I'm quite happy, but I know other people got questions.
It was just a brief question. Have we done some scoping? Because I'd imagine with at the moment kind of basically use a static kind of 15 don't we to say whether or not it's an extreme risk. With this risk appetite, there's some that currently classified, wouldn't be categorised as an extreme risk, that may be pushing it. We've done scoping to see how we potentially going to kind of be pushed into different categories.
So I guess the question is, next time I bring the out of tolerance sort of appetite,
yeah,
I'm going to bring 47.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially,
That's the question.
It's a very good question. I could say we've only just agreed the, but we'll probably do that straight away and make sure that works. But yes, I think that's a very valid point. I would probably be too speculative. I want to just say, but I think if that's the important thing, we will then work through RMG with the restrictions to roads. We'll remind them of the focus that says, yes, I know that's only 12, but you are outside of the appetite that we've set. We need you to demonstrate that. So if it does go up, that's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to do. Yeah.
Is two points still hanging about the patient experience?
I think
No,
I think people live with it for now.
I mean, I would just say that I wasn't entirely sure, or I'd forgotten what I read, sorry, about how we did the risk appetite review. I imagine that people were involved in, it wasn't just one person doing it. So I would not like want to turn any of those personally, but it's important to turn it.
But I am remembering we did this at the time.
We did this at the time. Possibly one of the best sessions by our colleagues ago. Absolutely fantastic.
Okay.
You had your well-earned holiday.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic sit in Florida.
I know who speeds and who doesn't take out.
Yeah.
So he don't. You make it sound more exciting than it really was.
Losing control of the Can we agree to approve
Yes.
those matters for approval in this report?
Yes.
Yes.
And we'll look at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, the same with Bristol Clark. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, now we've approved those matters for report. Can I ask a question about the risk register?
Yes.
Earlier in the meeting, we picked up Kathy's point, last board meeting, about the disengagement risk.
Yeah.
And I indicated that it had now been considered by the risk management group. Has it been?
It's still the risk register, Dr. Sinclair
And the disengagement risk, which was subject to a regulation 28, is a risk score of what?
It's on the score as a known.
Okay, fantastic. Very happy to leave that there. Outside the room, I'll go and have a quick read just to satisfy myself, given there's a reg 28. I just want to understand that skill. That's absolutely fine. Thank you.
I mean, I know I'm quite aware of our laws, also you've taken it away, and it wasn't read.
Happy to go look at it.
Thank you. And we can move very quickly to Phil's report on our fit and proper person test annual declaration. 2 seconds.
So you're all aware of the process. But you all participated, thank you, in terms of your self-attestations. We undertook a range of checks that support the fit and proper person test for the first time in this particular way for everybody. And I'm pleased that from all of that, nothing emerged which, when presented to CAP, out of that for anyone outside of the fit and proper person. I think we'll conclude that in terms of the necessarily determine the activists.
Without the process, when they complete things, take a lot of approval. Watch your social media.
No, I should carry on swearing. Just, I was the most flagged person. I should carry on swearing on social media.
But we do check social media now. So one of us are on social media a lot, include myself. But with that, could we agree to receive and yeah. when we're doing receiving and noting the report until we'll make the required declaration. If we've got the two papers for information, these are received for information. We can, so these are not for debate, these are purely for information. We have had a bit of a chat before board in board briefing around making sure that particular part of the agenda is used properly. So that if there are things that need debating, they should be in this section, there should be in another bit. So with that, the IPC annual report, can we receive and note that? The safeguarding annual report, the learning from death annual report. Okay, so those are the items for information. And then we move to, I'm not aware of any other urgent business. There will be any classification. Thank you. Any risks that we've discussed or anything that has come to your mind that is a risk this afternoon or this morning that you wish the risk management group to look at? Is there anything in the discussion that you think is pleasant?
No, other than that when the QSIA for the work that Richard spoke to is completed, it would be slightly surprising if it did not give rise to risk register entries. Do you see that? So presumably the July meeting of the risk management group needs to consider a series of risks arising from that piece of work, given our conversation. Yeah.
Because there's a generic one for out of area placements, isn't there already? So we need to break that down.
Yeah, I mean, for myself, I was thinking more about the implementation of profound change, standard work, some of the points that colleagues raised, rather than the out of area placement one itself, which probably stands roughly as written. But he just feels that that needs to be live into our risk register.
Yeah. Thank you. With those, yes, Catherine.
It's there, but the this and the dynamic with that
reorganisation,
yeah, and whether if there are more collaboratives or meetings about organisations, what that comes with in terms of financial.
Could we come back to that after July's board meeting? Is that okay, Catherine? Do you see what I mean? If we come back to after July's board meeting, when we could be a bit more specific, because right now I think it'd be, it's a good thing to.
Couldn't articulate it, but there could
No, absolutely. We'll be, yeah, but I think we just need a bit more time to time.
Yeah, I might not.
Thank you. I'm not aware that we have any public questions, Phil.
No, I don't believe.
I'm always happy they'll meet you, so a question.
It wasn't good. What have you lot been doing?
Couldn't hear you.
Have we got any more? Thank you. Then I resolve that because publicity would be prejudicial to the public interest by reason of the confidential nature of the business we transacted, that the public and press are now excluded from the remainder of the meeting, which will conclude in writing.
Well said, Jack.